Please stand by for air. We're going live in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the January 30th Planning Board meeting. We haven't been here in a few months, so it's good to see my colleagues and all the fans out in the stadium. We're waiting for Jonathan Frieden, but there's a few items we can move on with four of us. So I'll start by letting the city attorney give his intro and swearing into the public.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the board. Today's meeting of the Planning Board will be conducted in a hybrid format with members of the board physically present in the temporary commission chambers and members of the public, staff, and applicants appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. In order to participate virtually in today's meeting, the public may dial 1-877-853-5257 and enter the webinar ID, which is 861-4342-6327#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 861-4342-6327. Anyone wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. Lastly, I'd like to swear in anyone who will be testifying today, including staff. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. The first thing we're going to do is approve the minutes. They had been emailed to us, so can I get a motion to approve the after action report minutes from the October 24, 23 meeting?
Motion to approve.
Can I get a second?
I second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, great. All right, we'll skip the election until we get Jonathan here. We're going to move
And-
on to requests for continuances and withdrawals.
Mr. Chairman, before we do that, I have a request from Commissioner Magazine if he'd like to address the board sometime at the beginning of the meeting.
By Zoom?
Yeah.
In person? Sure.
Okay.
Well,
PJ,
actually,
do you have?
should we wait till Jonathan's here for that?
That's up to you.
Yeah, let me wait for Jonathan. I don't know what he's saying, but yeah.
Okay.
I'd rather him have the full board.
Okay, sure.
So let's move on to item number 3, request for continuances, planning board file PB 230638, 6770 Allison Road, lot split.
This was requested for continuance by the applicant to the February 27th meeting. Due to the short board, they'd like to have a full board.
Okay,
Motion to approve.
okay, do I have you show with a motion to approve? Can I get a second?
I second it.
Do we need a roll call, or can we,
We can do it by
okay,
acclamation.
all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Next motion for continuance is item number 4, planning board file PB 0634 height limits for main use parking garages.
The applicant is working with the city to continue to refine the ordinance, and they would like a continuance to the February 27th meeting.
Okay, motion to continue.
approve.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. And then the third one is under previously continued items, item number 9, planning board file PB 230621, 624 Collins Avenue, Isabel.
Again, requested by the applicant, so that there's a full board.
Motion to approve?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, for 3-1, motion passes.
Okay, and then I believe, Rogelio, you told me that we need to move the discussion item because of the the people who are going to speak to us from the city aren't available today?
That's correct. The people from the Marine Advisory Board requested that the item be moved to February 27th.
Okay, so can I get a motion to move the discussion item on residential marinas to the next meeting?
Motion to move discussion item uses in residential marinas to the February meeting.
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. All right, that's all we can do without Jonathan here.
What about progress reports? Can we do those?
We can start the progress reports if you like.
Okay, yeah, I think Mila, you hear from Mila, right? Okay. All right, we'll move on to progress reports, planning board file PB 210446, 800 Lincoln Road. Mila?
Okay, so this is a progress report for Mila, which is located at 800 Lincoln Road. This conditional use permit was approved for the last time. It had several modifications, but the last modification was approved by the planning board on January 25th, 2022. And at that time, the modification was to incorporate the second floor of the building into the establishment. On December 27th, 2023, staff sent a cure letter to the operator requesting that they appear before the planning board. The cure letter was as a result of violations that code enforcement notified planning staff that had taken place, and the violations were primarily related to sanitary issues. The dumpsters were overflowing, and there were issues in the back alley with the cleanliness of the. Additionally, it was brought up that there were concerns regarding the queuing of vehicles and congregation of patrons on the exterior of the property, waiting for their vehicles in the late hours of the evening. And so while there are no formal violations, we did mention to the applicant that these were concerns that could lead to violations in the future that we wanted to be discussed as part of the progress report. So with that, I'll turn it over to the applicant for their verbal report.
Okay, just before you start, welcome, Jonathan. All we've done is some continuances of the first progress report, and this is the first presentation, so you've caught up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, honorable board members, staff. Happy New Year to everyone. James Rao with Greenspoon Martyr, offices 600 Brickell Avenue, here on behalf of Mila on Lincoln Road. Here with me today in person is Sheena Diaz, the Director of Operations, and on Zoom is Greg Gailey, the founder and CEO, and Fabian Guardiola, the partner and CFO. In this case, we've had a discussion with the staff in preparation for today, and let them know the measures that have been taken to remedy what was included in the cure letter. Specifically, I just wanted to go over that so the board was aware that upon being informed of the situation, the restaurant took decisive action to remedy all of these items. In particular, they've added a third pickup on Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays in order to ensure that their pickup capacity meets the restaurant's capacity. In terms of the actual trash room, they've installed an alarm system on it so they can be sure that the door is never inadvertently left open. And their staff, their management staff, now inspect the trash room multiple times per day and take photographic evidence to be sure that that these problems never occur again. And since they've implemented these measures, there have been no further violations. They engage in a collaborative effort with their waste haulers and co-compliance, and by all accounts, the issue seems to be resolved. They took care of it right away. There was another note about vehicle queuing. I think there was some confusion initially when that came up because it was presumed that the valet was the restaurant's valet. In reality, the valet is a city vendor that services all the businesses on Lincoln Road. But what happened is Mila ended up kind of becoming part of a working group with the parking department, the police department, and worked together to increase the valet ramp. Originally they had 2 spaces, they expanded it to 4 spaces. the nearest one that's nearest to the restaurant. And there have been some issues with, I'll call them unaffiliated vehicles, not Ubers, not vehicles that are valeting, parking around the area. And so Mila has been working with the parking department and police department to essentially call and have enforcement to have those vehicles removed. These would be like independent vehicle operators that show up and park when they're not supposed to and start soliciting people. So we think that was really the problem. And again, Mila's been part of a group with the city, including the parking director has been heavily involved in helping remedy that situation. So I think ultimately, as I said, there's been no more violations. They implemented some pretty decisive measures that we don't think will allow for any of these items to occur again. We're happy to present any progress reports you'd like in the future or report to the planning department. We're here to answer any questions.
Okay, before questions, is there anyone here in the audience to speak on this item? Anybody on Zoom?
Commissioner Magazine's hand is raised, but I believe that's for his discussion item.
Okay, all right. All right, we'll close public hearing. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, I think from my perspective, the right thing to do is to continue this and keep it open to see, how the changes are working and how, you working with the city and the police department, parking department, how that helps the situation. One, I guess, question I have is in terms of, first of all, in terms of the trash, obviously, that's a really important issue, and I appreciate you guys taking care of it, and it sounds like you have, and, looking forward to confirming, next meeting that still no issues with that, and that the new management techniques or, procedures are working. In terms of the crowding outside or the cars and the congestion, is that, you think, is there more of that now that the second floor has opened to the public as opposed to, before when it was just the rooftop restaurant? Or you think it's just like is there one specific thing with what you were saying, which is the people parking in places and kind of the congestion in the road, or is it because of increased traffic, is I guess what I'm asking.
I think it's hard to tell the answer to that question right now. I'm sure it's, having the additional venue, I'm sure brings more patrons, 'cause, just mathematically. But I don't know how the issue came up of these kind of rogue car operators parking in the area. I'm not sure what initiated that. It could be just kind of the season. Sounds like a lot of this stuff happened around the Art Basel time. And in terms of the valet, it's probably always needed to add some additional ramp space to it. And since it's technically a city vendor, the restaurant doesn't really have control over that. But I think since that's been remedied, it's not going to come up again. But I don't know that was related directly to the lounge, because the restaurant was pretty popular before that anyway. So.
Right. And what about, there's mention of, there were noise complaints. There have been several noise complaints, although they didn't result in violations being issued. Are you aware of those and, taking act,
We're not aware of any noise complaints. We don't have any indication of anything. I think that the staff may have mentioned something about congregation, but we don't have any
in the staff analysis,
data on that.
in the staff analysis says there have also been several complaints for noise over the last 2 years, although they did not result in violations being issued. And then it says, additionally, concerns have been raised by members of the public regarding vehicle queuing and the congregation of patrons on the exterior of the property while waiting for vehicles. So I guess, if you don't have knowledge of the noise complaints, then that's that. The congregation, so, and is there anything different that's been done recently with security to make sure that your people aren't congregating outside?
They do have security. Sheena, do you have any information with regard to?
You'll need to stand up of the,
Why don't you come up? I want to make sure we give the board a full explanation.
Good morning. We do have security.
You know, if you don't mind, just introduce yourself.
I'm so sorry.
That's
This is
okay,
my first
that's okay,
time.
don't worry.
Sheena Diaz, I'm the Director of Operations at Mila. So in the past, we've had security in the front, and even now we have two security members, so they help with the crowd control, just to check in and make sure there's no one suspicious coming into the building. So every time we have a stanchion, just to make sure that there's a good flow of traffic going in and out, so there's not much congregation happening in front of the restaurant.
Right, because you have a vestibule there, and your place is beautiful, and it's well-run, and I've been there many times, but
Thank
you have
you.
that little vestibule in there that, yeah, they should just be cognizant and make people, because I remember when we first granted your CUP, part of the discussion was making sure that people didn't congregate outside, and there was a method I remember in the CUP, that they could either call their car from the restaurant, but all I'm suggesting is that people stay in that vestibule if it's becoming too crowded.
Got it.
And I appreciate the efforts you've done to rectify the garbage situation. I think in accordance with staff, and as Jonathan mentioned, we'll reschedule a progress report just to make sure that's been rectified. And yeah, just be aware of you know, it's always mystifying to me when you hear there's been noise complaints, but it never results in a,
Right.
and I understand that normally that could be that by the time code gets there, they've turned them out, but I don't think that's what's happening there, because I don't think you changed the music, but obviously just be sensitive to that.
Of course.
Anybody else? Or we're gonna move to continue it to the next progress report?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Second?
So we're
Motion
gonna
to
bring it
continue.
back just to see how it goes for a month, and hopefully, since you've rectified everything, there won't be any more violations, and then we can dismiss it, but we'll do one more month to make sure it's all working.
Thank you.
Okay, so that'll be a continuance to February 27th.
Thank you very much.
Who made the motion? I apologize.
Jonathan and,
And
You should-
Mr. Cement.
yeah,
Okay, and that's by acclamation, continuance?
yeah, anyone opposed to a continuance?
Nope.
Okay, thank you very much, thanks for coming in. Okay, the next progress report is Planning Board File 060075.
Commissioner Magazine's
Oh,
hand
I'm
is raised. Do you
sorry.
want-
Yep, now that Jonathan's here. Joe?
Hi, all. Sorry, I don't want to break up the progress of the meeting, but I didn't take the opportunity to do so during our last planning board meeting. Just wanted to send a sincere gratitude to each and every one of you on the planning board, the staff that I had the absolute honor and pleasure of working with. It's a group that we always conducted business in such a collegial manner that put the city and our residents above and beyond anything else. I am so proud to have worked with such a great group of people. I look forward to working with each and every one of you as we go forward in the best interest of our city. So just wanted to take a moment, sorry for breaking up the meeting, but you all mean a tremendous deal to me. So thank you for all I learned from each and every one of you, and look forward to all working together. So thank you very much.
Well, on my own behalf, thank you and congratulations to you. The city's very lucky to have you as a commissioner. Guess he's gone.
No, thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Brian, I appreciate it.
Okay, actually, we're going to go back to item number 2, election of a chair and vice chair.
Okay, so we have, you can we have several ways we can do it. You can discuss the item and make a motion for chair, make a motion for vice chair, or we have ballots, if you so choose, that we can hand out, and you can write down your name and your nominations. So it's up to the board how you want to proceed.
I would make a motion to reappoint Brian Elias as the chair.
I'll second that.
Thank
I
you.
would make a motion to wait until the 3 new members get on next month.
Okay, well, we have a motion and a second on the table.
All right, well, nothing against you, Brian, but I'm going to vote no, just because I think it should include the 3 new members, that's all.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Frieden, a second by Mr. Cement, and I'll do a roll call. Ms. Beatty?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Jerome?
No.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you all.
If there's, is there a vice chair? Maybe we can wait until next month to vote on a vice chair. Is there a vice chair?
There is a vice chair.
Yeah.
It used to be Commissioner Bott.
Yeah, I'm going to move just because I think new members, I think someone that has experience should be a vice chair, so I'm going to nominate Melissa Beatty.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Elias, second by Mr. Cement. And roll call, Ms. Beatty?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Jerem?
Nothing against you, Melissa. I just think, not that anybody coming on the board is going to be the vice chair, but I just thought they'd have the opportunity to vote for you. But, so that's why I'm going to vote now.
Okay, Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you all. Okay, we're going to move on to progress report, item number 7, Planning Board File 060075, the Good Time Hotel.
Okay, so this is another progress report. The planning board previously had a series of progress reports and revocation modification hearings last year. The most recent one took place on February 28th, 2023. At that point, the planning board voted to strike the term plainly audible from the conditions of approval. This is related to how the sound was measured coming from the rooftop entertainment establishment, if you all recall. And then the planning board concluded that revocation modification hearing and then scheduled a progress report for February 2024. So that would be next month. So that will still be on your agenda for next month, regardless of what happens here. Last month, code enforcement notified us of several violations that took place against the entertainment establishment, the rooftop entertainment establishment. The three of the violations were conditional use permit violations, so a violation against condition 10A4 in the conditional use permit, which relates to sound. And then there were also noise violations, which are related to Chapter 46 of the sound ordinance of the city code. So those took place on November 25th, 2023. Again, the following weekend on December 2nd, 2023, and then again on December 9th, 2023. So as a result, staff issued a progress report requesting that they come in this month so that can be discussed to see if there's any issues there that should be addressed. So staff recommends that the planning board discuss the progress report and that it be continued to next month.
Thank you.
Oh, and I'd apologize, we do have code enforcement here if there's any questions regarding the violations. And I forwarded yesterday a video of the violations, of code enforcement officer violations.
Good morning. Mickey Marrero here on behalf of the Good Time Hotel. With me today, Avi Yezowich, the general manager, and my partner, Matt Amster. So just a few things. If you see the report, there are 6 violations. There are actually 6 violations, but every time a violation is issued, there is a noise and a CUP, so it's one instance. And actually, as Rogelio said, it covers 2 days. So the reason for the progress report scheduled next month was because in February there was a change in the order, and you all wanted us to come back a year later to see what happened over the course of a year. The good thing that I can report to you for sure is that over the course of that year, for the most part, there have not been violations. There have not been, and there's been a couple that were appealed, and those appeals were sustained. So these are the only remaining violations that exist on the property. They occurred over the Art Basel period in 2 instances, and there was a lot of confusion, I can tell you, by the folks at the hotel regarding the standard and some inconsistencies that we had pointed out to staff in the order. So we're dealing with that through the appeal process. But again, since those events at the end of November and the beginning of December, there have not been any subsequent violations, and there were not violations from February up until that point. So while it is not an absolutely perfect situation, for sure, we believe that the overall scope of this for the last year has been a hugely positive improvement from what we had 2 to 3 years ago, when it was almost daily problems that have been addressed through, as you all know and have heard over and over again, with modifications to the entire speaker system, with the installation of a sound wall, and all sorts of other improvements that we've made over time to try and improve what was a difficult situation at the onset. In addition, I just want to point out that, as to some of this uncertainty, we've talked internally and before you all multiple times, where we still believe that the best situation here would be some sort of decibel system. At one point, it's even in the order, because at one point, there was a commission item proposing a pilot program for decibels. Some of this, we found that while our volume may stay the same, people respond differently, a different code officer, it's heard differently from certain places. There's always been a little bit of confusion as to how the noise is perceived. And we continue to hope at some point in the future that there will be a sort of objective decibel system employed, so we can know, this is a number, we're below this number, and we're back here on that issue. But again, happy to hear what you all have to say and do what we can to continue to improve this situation. But the good news is that if you look at just those 2 weekends, there were some, issues that, we've appealed and we're working through. But aside from those 2 instances of violations, the 12-month progress has been significantly better than what we've had in the past, and we hope to continue to improve the situation. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
I know there are going to be a lot of questions,
Sure.
and I'm going to open to the public, but I just have one question, because I was told that, that you could be on the pool deck and hear music loudly, and yet if you left the property, you didn't hear it. And I've heard that from people, and I'm just wondering, because did you see the video that we got yesterday or 2 days ago?
It was not sent to me, no.
Okay, so there's a guy who called code, and you go to his apartment and you open the window and you hear and you can clearly hear it. And I'm happy to hear. I didn't realize it was focused on just 2 days. But that being said, if it's possible to have the music at a nice level that makes you all happy on the pool deck, but yet not hear it anywhere else, I'm just curious how that happened. It didn't make sense to me, because
Yeah. Unfortunately, I would, if I would have known there was a video that they shared, I would have liked to have seen it too, but I was not provided that video.
Right.
So if I could get that
Okay.
prior to the next progress report, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah.
And sorry, just before
yeah.
I answer on that point, I just had one more question. So specifically, the people that I think the Good Time were employing were, I guess, these noise watchers that were going to be stationed on Washington Avenue, right, who were supposed to be listening for any of the audible music. And I think that the code issue was, where was it located? It was behind. It wasn't on Washington Avenue, right?
Well, the standard was changed, but previously, anything west of the western right-of-way line of Washington Avenue, you were not supposed to be able to hear anything prior.
Right, okay.
That was a part, yeah. So the folks that are monitoring, that's part of our order. We're required to have employees monitoring the sound. And
Correct. I just didn't know how it happened where it was so audible.
yeah, and again, I reserve my comment because I have not seen the video. Hopefully, I'll see it later today. But I can tell you we've been at this, and we've met with code, we've met with our sound engineers. There are some environmental issues that sometimes on the ground level, we're not going to go in people's apartment all day, but maybe it travels up a differently. Again, I haven't heard the video, so I don't know how
Yeah, well,
significant
just so
it
you
is.
know, the complainant indicated in the video that he meets with them all the time, and he was very gracious.
Yeah.
He was like, maybe we can limit it to certain day. Anyway, you definitely need to see it, because like I said, some people that, they want you to thrive, they want the business to do well, but obviously they need, quality of life for the neighbors. And I was told, because I haven't been there during a party like that, or whatever the actual pool, situation is, but I was told you could have nice music that people can enjoy and yet not hear it outside of the hotel. So that's all.
Yeah.
But we'll get into that. But let me open it to the public, and then I'm sure we have more questions.
We have Johan Moore
On Zoom?
on Zoom with his hand raised.
Okay.
Good morning, Planning Board and staff. I don't know if any of the neighbors from Flamingo Park, including the ones to whom I spoke about the noise, are on the call today, but as a resident, I just wanted to make a couple of points. I don't think that it's fair to only have decibels be a standard, because as Mr. Marrero just pointed out, it is experienced. Noise is experienced differently by different people. Bass is not easily captured, if at all, by decibels. And as was also just pointed out, wind and other atmospheric conditions will carry noise, especially to upper floors on buildings including a block away. So I want to urge us not to think of decibels as a one-stop solution, but only as a tool. And I want to remind us that there is a taking going on of private property rights and the right to enjoyment of one's private property, including outdoors. Now, I know that the hotel has made accommodations in the past. I myself have suggested a clever accommodation, which may or may not work. Obviously, there's lots of goodwill here, and I'm hoping that the hotel and the particular complainant in question might come to some agreement and that it won't need to come before this board again. But if it does, the neighborhood is behind the residents, and the neighborhood association, in fact, urges a retightening of the noise standard in the one instance where it was weakened by the previous board in its previous iteration, outgoing as it is. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Anyone else on Zoom?
Charles Fisher.
Hi, this is Charles Fisher. This is, I believe, I did not see the video, but I believe we're referencing me as the complainant. I just wanted to clarify three things, just so we're all on the same page. The sound monitors that the Good Time employees at to sit on the street are not probably hearing the loud noise because the club is on the roof of the Good Time. So it's the apartments, the second, third, fourth level of apartments where our terraces are. The noise is much louder the higher you go. When you go on street level, you barely hear. So that is the primary reason, why that's happening. I think there are two types of parties that the Good Time has: the kind of regular all the time party with some music playing that, we might hear a little bit from our terraces, but we live in South Beach. You can't complain about every small noise you hear. And then there's at this time, I think they're about weekly parties that happen every Saturday, where they've got these big name DJs coming in from all over the world, and they're turning, the party gets turned up because it's a party, And so that's the ones that are really, those are the ones that are intrusive. And so the point I might have made on the video, though I didn't see it, is, it's one thing for a party to happen on Halloween or New Year's or during Miami Music Week. Everyone in South Beach kind of expects certain holiday weekends to go off. But when it's every Saturday afternoon, you lose access to you lose the ability to use your roof terrace or your outside space or have your windows open. Every Saturday is where it gets concerning, because that basically means we can't use our terraces on Saturdays, which is the day we want to use our terraces to have barbecues or family over or whatever, because you're basically at the Good Time Hotel party. So that is our primary concern, is just the consistency of it every Saturday. And so the one thing I think would be important for the planning board to consider, because I think they've gotten 6 violations, 6 code enforcement violations that I know they're appealing, but in the last few months, is currently the CUP is written for 7 days a week, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. or something like that. So it's all day, every day. And I know they're currently not using that, but it's more of a, they're being polite and cognizant of the neighbors by not using that, but there's nothing to prevent them from turning up that party all of the time. So I think one thing I think is relevant for the planning board to think about is reducing the number of times they can have that party, so it's so loud.
Sir, your 2 minutes are up. I gave you another minute, but if you could wrap up, please.
Okay, let me just 10 seconds to wrap this up. Thank you. Just to reducing the, not 7 days a week, 365 days a year, but a much smaller amount, I think would make us a lot more comfortable into knowing that this isn't going to spiral into just something out of control where we lose value for our property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Anyone else?
No other hands raised on Zoom.
Anybody in the audience here on this item? Okay, close the public hearing. Gail?
Yeah, I got a lot to say about this because this is, you know, I keep track of, on a spreadsheet, all the meetings and how we vote on it, all the meetings. And I counted that of the 2 years I've been on the planning board, the Good Time Hotel has been on our agenda 18 times. It's just not fair to us. It's not fair to the residents that this keeps coming back again and again. This board previously has refused to do anything to limit the number of days or the number of hours of their entertainment license. I always thought it was a big mistake to have entertainment on the roof with hundreds of people. That's the first problem. I wasn't on the planning board when that decision was approved. Throughout the 2 years, I've asked this board to change their hours to maybe 5 p.m. instead of 8 p.m. because people come home from work at 5 and then they want quiet enjoyment in their apartment. Also, the Moxie, which is right next door to the Good Time Hotel, they have entertainment on a above the ground floor on a patio, but they're limited, I think, till 5 p.m. Yet next door, the Good Time has it rooftop entertainment to 8 p.m. And I don't know why, you know, there's a difference. Everyone should be treated equal. For some reason, we gave them more leniency, and we shouldn't have. 7 days a week, I agree with the caller. Maybe we should limit their entertainment to 5 p.m., just like everybody else. And second of all, maybe we should limit their entertainment to only Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. So at least people do get a break from their outdoor nightclub. I don't think the operator's been honest with us or has the best intentions because, like I said, then why is this on the agenda 18 times over and over again? So if anybody else has an appetite for that, that's what I'd like to recommend. Changing, reducing the hours of their entertainment or reducing the number of days per week for entertainment. Thank you.
Just to, you know, to clarify, the violations that I saw were all before 5 p.m. on Saturdays.
Then maybe 4 p.m.
So just keep in mind that, you know, what we're seeing is.
Well, that was just this
Right.
violation. I'm talking about the violations over the past 2 years. They're at all hours of the day. Thank you.
So I'm sort of with you, Melissa, in the sense of I want to address the issue that is before us, which seems to be the Saturday parties. And I commend you guys. You have not been using your entertainment to the max capacity. The problem is, you know, and I'm not trying to take away all of your, I don't think anybody really wants to take away and be punitive toward you guys, take away all of your entertainment. The problem is, in April, we got an email, the planning board got an email from a resident complaining of loud noise inside their apartment from the Good Time Hotel. I reviewed the body cam footage from that date, and it was, you could on the body cam videos do not have great microphones or sound, and you could still hear that was very clearly coming from the Good Time Hotel. When they go back and the officers get back in their car and they go there, it's very clear where it's from, and none of the your staff, none of the Good Time staff, they're not arguing, oh, that wasn't us, that wasn't us. I mean, it's all pretty crystal clear. And Avi, you're here to your credit. You said you were going to work with her, and I imagine you did, since we haven't heard since then. But at the time, there was an issue to me, which is that previously we had sort of cut back the clarity at your request. Everybody had cut back the clarity. I voted against this in your COP, so that it was, the standard was, instead of being able to hear it in your apartment, it suddenly became unreasonably loud, which then had to be, which really was the same thing, because that's how it was explained to code, that's what that meant. But there's still confusion about it. And so here we are 6 months later, and I reviewed the body cam footage again, same sort of issue, if not worse now. I totally sympathize with this resident who, you know, he has a hot tub on the rooftop, can't use that without hearing the loud thumping music from the Good Time, which, you know, like, if he's complaining about it, you know, several times, I mean, I can only imagine how many other residents are experiencing the same things, who probably, after all these years, feel exhausted by this and feel like nothing's ever going to happen. Especially, I'm sure there's many times where code gets called and the music gets turned down and there's no violation. But we're not here about that. So when I looked at the body cam footage, first of all, I do want you to know that I completely respect all your staff. Your staff was like the most respectful staff. They're, very nice, kind, courteous to the code enforcement officers who were doing their job. And so, but at the same time, it was very clear from everybody that they're like, no, it got changed. It's not audible. The standard isn't audible from whether it's audible from the apartment. It's whether it's unreasonably loud, and this isn't unreasonably loud because this has been approved. And that just doesn't work in this situation. And we're in a situation now where it seems like every Friday there's one of these big parties and you can clearly hear it. So I think there needs to be clarity in the CUP for future code enforcement. I think you should, have parties all you want on the rooftop, as long as they can't hear them at these other apartment buildings past Washington Avenue and in their apartments. I mean, you could see in that one apartment, there's a work desk set up right next to the door. I mean, I'm sure he's on Zoom calls and can hear it. Obviously, it's a Saturday, and so, listen, there's something to say about the fact that you guys are only doing it on Saturday, which is a good thing. But at the same time, it's still a problem. And so I don't know what the fix is. I'm curious to hear, what your all's proposal is, or if you have a proposal. But, I do think that we need to make the CUP more clear for code enforcement that, if it's, I don't think the decibel thing works because of the wind and the rain and, different time, different heights of buildings, you're going to hear it more. So I just think that there needs to be more clarity in the CUP when they have these parties. It needs to be very clear for the code enforcement officers, but also for good time staff and also for the residents. They need to know what a violation is, and they have it in their apartment. They can hear it in their apartment. That's a violation.
Yeah, Avi, can you come up a second? Are you familiar with, I think it was Mr. Fisher that made the complaint, and he indicated in the video that you all meet a lot, correct?
Yes, absolutely. Actually, Mr. Fisher and I met about 2 weeks ago. We were planning to meet probably later on today, actually.
So what about
created some
going to
positive
his
discussion
unit?
there.
Going to his unit, where the code enforcement was, and having your staff put on the music and figure out at what level will he not hear anything. It just doesn't seem that complicated to me, but yet just seems to keep happening, because when you see the video from code on his unit yesterday, you definitely hear it. And
Sure,
so,
certainly.
and again, I agree with John, and no one wants to be punitive to you. There's always a balance. We want business to thrive here. We don't want everyone going to Wynwood, but yet you got to have quality of life. And so, and again, he couldn't have been more gracious on the video. You'll see it if it's shared with you, which I'm sure will be. But it can't be that complicated where you can't go to his unit. He opened his window, and then you have a walkie-talkie with your staff and kind of figure out the right, volume.
We're more than happy to do that. In fact, Charles and I discussed that recently. He was on vacation for a bit. He just came back. I'm looking forward to speaking with him. So I want to address all the major points that have been made here.
Sure, go ahead.
And make a few very, very clear points on behalf of Good Time. A year ago, in February, when the decision was reversed, we very clearly and openly laid out what our plan was for programming at the hotel. It's exactly what we've been doing and following the entire time. We've been fully transparent, also with the community, also with the board. Saturday is our day. 97% of the time, you can't hear one sound emission from Good Time. There's 3% of the time on a Saturday between a 2 to 3 hour block, which we do have elevated noise, because that's critical for us to be able to have the business succeed based on the operating model that was granted by the planning board when we first opened the property. Now, we're not saying we've been perfect. I'm saying that we've been pretty damn good. We've made good on all our promises, and we haven't violated our programming schedule in one single way. Take the overall noise complaints registered over the past 365 days. Please do the math and tell me what percentage of noise complaints we get overall. with all the benefit and all the good and all the tax revenue and all the amazing retail we're bringing in, we know we can't please everybody. The planning board needs to give us, or the commissioners need to give us direction on what is unreasonably loud. Mr. Frieden, you and I spoke about that point the last time that we met. And I said, please help us understand what does that mean? Because we're not being held to that standard exclusively. That's a City of Miami Beach standard. We had a revision of our CUP based on our behavior at the beginning, which we all own. Okay, we owned it, we identified it, we agreed to it, we changed it, and we've been operating that way ever since. So again, I put it back on us collectively. You tell us what unreasonable amount means. Does it mean not a peep of sound in a residential community? I'm not sure that's on us to be able to define, but we need guidance. We've been doing exactly what we said we were doing for the last year. Didn't deviate from that even one iota. So I'm asking you generally, I know that you recognize the efforts that we've made for this past year. I know that we can't satisfy every single resident in their surrounding communities, even though we've had amazing outreach, amazing communication, did everything we said we're going to do. If the standard is not one peep of sound can be heard from any area around Good Time, that needs to be defined to us. And I don't have the answer. I'm not saying it's the right thing to do or wrong thing to do, but I've appeared to you and I've said the same thing for the last 2 years of our lives. We're doing exactly what we're going to do. We're fixing it. We're changing it. And we're open to more compromise with the community, with Mr. Fisher, with anybody who has a complaint. So that's my statement. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
I've got a couple questions. Are the complaints always from the same 2 or 3 buildings? Because I know it's not at the ground level. We're talking about the buildings that are in sort of the crossway of whatever winds are going on to carry the noise. But is it always the same couple of buildings, or do we have a range of buildings?
Yes, so it's very simple. The sound wall that was approved by the historical board, it was modified about 2 feet lower than we intended it to be because we knew that sound is going to travel up. Like we did a whole sound model, it was presented to the board, we reviewed it with our sound engineers, with our acoustical mechanics, all that was presented. There is some communities that are affected because the noise that's escaping above the sound wall hit the higher floors. So Mr. Fisher is one of them. 730 Penn is one. If you basically above the 4th floor, there might be more penetration, and that's why you're not getting any noise complaints from the communities
So
that are
just
on the ground.
to answer my question, though, are the complaints coming from several buildings, or do we have the same 2 or 3 buildings?
It's the same 2 or 3 buildings.
Okay, so
primarily.
we have the problem isolated just to 2 or 3 buildings.
That's correct.
And I know that the whole decibel thing is not like a perfect solution, but would it make sense to have the readers on the roofs over there that you guys would have access to? Or I don't know how the technology works that you would have readers to?
Thank you so much, Melissa. So we actually opted into a decibel testing program with the city as part of the modification of our CUP back to being unreasonably loud. That I'm not sure what the status is with that, but we were first volunteers.
But is it
overall
something
for
you
that.
guys could work with the building to just set up something on the rooftop that
We're
you
happy
guys,
to.
because
We're happy
again,
to.
it is very difficult for you guys and both the residents to understand, okay, is this complaint worthy? Is it high, And so, as was said before, in those videos, it is very loud on the roof. I mean, it is, either you guys pick a playlist that they're happy with, or you have to bring the volume down.
Frank Sinatra.
Listen, I'm not sure what music type will.
But I think if it's only 2
will
or
be
3
accepted there.
buildings that are actually, being penalized by us on Saturday, then at least the problem is isolated, and there's something to be worked through with those buildings to make sure that you guys get readings of what, before they place a complaint, that you guys know that the music has, like Brian says, you just got to be a way of measuring this on a regular basis so you guys can be ahead of the problem.
We're happy to participate. We're happy to meet with the residents. They know that. I have open dialogue with them. We have monthly community meetings. I'm fully available. I get plenty of messages from them. We're happy to do that. If you could kindly stipulate what needs to be done with these communities, we're happy to be involved. And we've said that many times. So yes, we're absolutely open to it. Again, I'm not sure that's going to actually solve the root cause, which is some residents don't want any hint of sound, which we get it and understand it, but we have a CUP for entertainment that says it can't be unreasonably loud, and we don't have a clear definition on what that means.
Right, so right now you have
Yeah.
the way it's working right now, your CUP's allowing you to have some noise, but we still gotta make that work, right? So.
Absolutely
So I
agree.
understand that some of the residents would prefer never to hear a peep from you guys, but right now you guys have a little leeway. We just gotta make sure that this is working with the residents. So that-
100%.
So that we don't go backwards for you guys, right? But it has to work
Absolutely.
for them.
Absolutely agree.
See, for me, the problem is there's, you guys are still here in front of us telling us, we don't even know what unreasonably
Right.
loud is. And then how are the residents supposed to know? And then code shows up, they say, well, it's unreasonably loud. Then Good Time is telling the code, this is not unreasonably loud, and then code doesn't, and
That's
I
a
know.
full circle.
It's a
Yeah.
full circle,
100%.
and the last meeting that we had, I recall, I think maybe it wasn't the last, maybe it was the one before that, where we had code here, and code advised us that unreasonably loud means if you're standing in somebody's apartment, west of Washington Avenue, and you can hear the music, that's unreasonably loud. And so I think we all had an understanding of that, but that still there is confusion. And so I think the problem we have with having a watcher on the rooftop or the balcony in that building is because they're always going to hear that music. It's a matter of whether whether that's bothering somebody enough to want to make a complaint, which require, by the way, to file a noise complaint, you have to give your name, you have to give your address, and then you're going to get phone calls from the city staff, I'm sure from Good Time Hotel, people trying to resolve, with good intentions, but a lot of people don't want any trouble, they don't want their name in any papers, and they're intimidated by the process, and so I think we need to adjust, to give clarity to everybody, and I think they're asking for the clarity in the CUP. We need to say, the definition that the city gives is not really clear enough, so I think we say it should not be, you should not be able to hear the music inside a residential apartment. And, listen, I think there's a little bit more leeway when it comes to, rooftops and balconies, but when you're standing inside an apartment, that's not.
I mean, with the windows closed.
Well, it
'Cause
depends.
that makes a big difference, because you're gonna hear it on the balcony where you may not hear it inside,
I also want to make one very clear point that there was a contradiction in our CUP after they revised from plainly audible to unreasonably loud, which the code officers, if you've seen the videos, which I haven't seen them all, but I know one experience because I was there, was they were referencing that there's a contradiction in the CUP with the operative clause being that it can't be unreasonably loud, but there's another clause in the CUP that says you shouldn't be able to hear sound from a residential apartment. So again, there's just some gray area and contradiction that we're just asking for clarification on.
Wait, is that in our booklet, that contradiction? Because we have the cup in our booklet, don't we?
Yeah, it's
I'm gonna
there.
turn over to
What
Mickey
page-
here.
what page is that? If you
It's subsection 7, which is, it basically says the sound system shall physically distribute sound uniformly within the listening area and prevent sound from being audible from nearby residential buildings. And that was the confusion, and I think that was probably overlooked by everybody at the last planning board meeting, but point well taken. I mean, this is the clear intent of everybody when drafting this CUP. I mean, again, I wasn't here when the original CUP was drafted. I've only been here for the last 2 years when we've been tweaking it. But this is the intent, that it's not audible from the nearby buildings, and what was happening is you guys would come in here and you say, it's very hard to tell whether that's our sound or not. And now that we have the body cam videos, it's very clear that's their sound. But now it's a different issue. It's what does unreasonably loud mean? I mean, it's sort of, I'm not saying there's anything nefarious here, but we're sort of, we're playing games with these words, and we just need to make it very clear, not put any legalese, just say it should not be plainly audible from inside a residential unit.
So just, again, not to make it more confusing, but I thought I had a clear understanding, and based on a couple meetings I had with Rogelio and Nick and some other folks. So while there are littered throughout the CUP multiple different references to sound, like one of them is about mechanical parking that was never built, and there's a standard for that, and there's a few different ones here for testing that was supposed to be done after 30 days. So there's a lot of what we would call legal terms dicta, where sound is mentioned, but what we were told the operative noise standard is in section 10, subsection 10, which says, and the one that was changed, should the sound from the outdoor entertainment be unreasonably loud, excessive, unnecessary, or unusual pursuant to city code section 46.9, that was what we were told and what we understand is the operative standard.
That's page
That's-
59 in our booklet.
Right, and that's
So,
the problem, because that's a very subjective description. What's unreasonably loud to one is not to another, so.
Right, and at
If
what point?
if I could just interject, it's actually the standard that the noise ordinance uses. So
Right.
when the board modified the order to rely on the unreasonably loud standard as defined in, and it says in the order, as defined in chapter 46.
Right, that's what our
Article 4
code
of the
says.
code,
I
that's
agree.
what-
I mean, the planning board did the right thing because it's consistent with the code. I guess the problem is that is a very nebulous and subjective term, right? And that's the problem, right? Who
Well,
determines what's unreasonably
It may
loud?
sound subjective, but that standard has been upheld by the, was it the third DCA?
Oh, no, I'm not saying it's not
as
legal.
As objective.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, but, okay. I don't know how that's objective, though.
Maybe the code compliance officer can answer what it is that they're.
Right, if they're saying they don't know what it means, and sometimes the code officers don't know what it means.
Question for staff.
But I agree with, just one last point, I agree with Jonathan. I think that if someone's in their apartment and the windows are closed, they shouldn't be able to hear it. And like I said, Avi, I think you should meet with him and go to his unit. First, Rogelio told me he already sent you the video. So just watch it,
We're gonna
listen
watch
to it, and go meet with him, because again, he couldn't have been nicer. He wasn't complaining. He's just like, look, he didn't want to be punitive either, and he wants to work with you. It was clear. And again, we want you to thrive. I want every business in our city to thrive. But there's got to be a way to go to his unit and then have some simultaneous communication with the hotel and get to a point where you can have music without him hearing it.
So look, I think Avi said he's planning to meet with Mr. Fisher today, and I agree with you. Every time I've talked to Avi about not just Mr. Fisher, who he speaks highly of and has had a great relationship with, very good communication, but others. And again, just to reiterate, I know that, again, I can't tell you things are perfect.
Right.
But a lot of you were here 2 years ago, and, the strides have been, significant where we are today. So I think we are at the point where there's things that need to be worked through. And the good news is, you'd probably ask us to come back anyway, but in February, we already were scheduled for a progress report. So we'll be back. Hopefully in these 30 days, we can come back to you with some discussions that have been productive and do some of the things that you've talked about and be able to report that.
Last thing though, is that if we don't fix this, the problem is residents get exhausted by this process. And they don't want to complain again because they complained back in May, nothing happened. The Good Time clearly, apparently still has the right to do what they're doing. And why are they ever gonna call a noise complaint or even bother to show up to a Zoom planning board hearing during their workday at a random time where they have to listen to the whole thing in order to participate? I mean, it's just, we can kind of knock out one complainant at a time, but the issue needs to be fixed, I think, and
You're saying the language.
the
That's your
language, yeah,
concern.
right. So I get it that we've made strides, and I appreciate you guys trying, but it's sort of, after a while for the residents, I think, it's a deterrent. This whole process is a deterrent for residents to participate in the process and have their voices heard. And so,
Yes and no, exactly. I mean, that's why we're here, because of residents, but.
agreed, I'm just saying.
So I hope they realize that their voice is being heard, but I
Absolutely.
understand what you're saying.
So-
You get fatigued.
So fatigue. So I would just, we'll come back next month, but I guess in terms of modifying the CUP, we can't do it today. We would have to send out the notices and everything.
That's right.
So I would, do we have to make a motion for that, or?
Yes, and the motion would be to set a modification or revocation hearing.
Yeah, I would make a motion for that, and
I second it.
as I made clear before, not at all trying to be punitive. I'm not thinking taking away entertainment. I mean, I'm sure there's many people out there, planning board people who would want to do that. I'm just trying to fix the little, we're trying to find tweaks here to make it so that everybody's okay, everybody's happy. And, and like we've said for everybody else, if a year from now, there have been no issues, no neighbor problems, and you want a little bit more, and we think, you know, we can give you guys a little bit more and neighbors are happy, then let's do that, because we want you guys to succeed. But I just think that right now, that point needs to be clarified, so that's my motion. There's a second.
I think just one question though, Jonathan, because I do think it's, you're absolutely right with just exhausting the residents and going through this over and over again, but we have seen good faith with other operators. I wonder if it's worth, and I know you don't want to keep putting it off and us just delaying, but they're coming back next month. We've pinpointed a few issues right now. And possible solutions. They're meeting this afternoon with the resident, Carl Fisher, who seems to be very proactive and trying to work with them. Would it not be worth just waiting till next month to see whatever they can come forward with, you know, more information, progress, and solutions before we make that motion to change their
Well, we're just scheduling it for revocation modification, and so that requires notices, and I assume I don't even know if the 30 days would be by next meeting.
We would not have enough time to get it on the February meeting. This would have to be for March.
That's right,
if
so
you scheduled it today.
what I'm just saying is let's get the wheels moving toward it. We'll meet next week, or next month to talk about the issues, and if we decide, you know, hey, there's nothing, you know, next month, there's nothing more to do, then we don't have to do anything, but if
that's
there is,
fine.
if we
Yep.
do think about it.
Okay.
That's fair. And in the meantime, again, we're just imploring you to meet with the residents and, okay.
Absolutely.
All right, so there's a motion and a second to set a modification hearing. Is it modification and revocation always have to go hand in hand? Can it
They
just
do.
not be a modification? Okay, all right. No, because there's a big difference. I didn't know if, okay.
It gives you the option to do either one.
Okay, all right. So to schedule one for March?
Yeah, it would be March 26th.
Okay.
So we have a motion by Mr. Frieden, second by Ms. Durham, and I'll do a roll call. Ms. Peety?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Durham?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Motion passes.
But you're going to come back next month with kind of a report? Okay,
Yeah.
all right,
Just
guys.
one question
Sure.
for staff. Is there some additional language that you've seen in any other use in the city that could really objectify? I know that this is a standard that's used and it's been upheld, but operationally it proposes some challenges. So there has to be something that, you know, hopefully staff can suggest.
This one's pretty unique. Most of the CUPs, when staff recommends a CUP, we use plainly audible, that they cannot be plainly audible from nearby residential buildings, because that's the easiest one for us to enforce. You either hear it or you don't. When you start having something in between, it becomes a little more difficult. Decibels are difficult for us to enforce because you can't tell exactly where the sound is coming from when you have a decibel meter. So the city has shied away from using that standard. It works well if you're in Kendall, where the entertainment establishments are 1,000, 2,000 feet apart, and you can easily tell where it's coming from. But in Miami Beach, where you have many establishments, it's very difficult.
I'm just
to
saying,
use the
now that
standard.
we've seen kind of the pain points, this has
Yeah.
been going on for 2 years, so maybe it's, hey, from a certain floor above,
That
whatever
could
it
be,
is,
or
just
in
something
the
specific so
interior,
that-
maybe.
Well, just think
Correct.
about it, because we're
We'll-
going to discuss it next month. And, you know, if you all have recommendations, you know the issues, you've heard it, and then we'll talk about it again next month.
We'll talk about it.
All right, thank you.
so
May,
much.
thank you so much for the consideration. May I make one more point?
Sure.
So if you look back at all the noise complaints, and this goes back to tying it into understanding what unreasonably loud means, you have different code officers saying it's reasonable or unreasonable, and that just shows you the general misunderstanding about how to apply the standard. So the fact that if you go back and we actually had X amount of noise complaints and a very small minority of violations, that just, it epitomizes the very difficult situation of understanding how we should apply this clause. So I just want to make that known.
Yeah,
Thank
we're
you.
going to try to remedy that next month. Okay, thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay, revocation modification hearing, item number 8, Planning Board 210435, Lincoln Eatery.
Okay, so this is a revocation modification hearing that's been ongoing. The last time it came before, the planning board scheduled the hearing on September 26th. It was intended to come before the planning board on December 19th, but that meeting was canceled. So we're here today. Just a brief update, the concessionaire on the rooftop has been evicted by law enforcement agencies. So there have been no additional violations. There's nothing really happening on the rooftop right now. The planning board had already voted to suspend entertainment on the rooftop, and staff recommends that that not be changed at this time, and that we continue the item to next month, so we can continue discussing with the applicant what their plans are for the rooftop, so we can see if the conditions need to be modified any further, and how that should be done. So staff recommends that it be continued to next month.
Thanks, Aurelio. Alfredo?
For the record, good afternoon, still good morning. Alfredo Gonzalez for the property owner. And I think Rogelio summed it up very well. We're finally through the courts, and the sheriff came in December and was able to remove them from the site. We've taken control of the rooftop, and now we're in the midst of doing some repairs. They decimated it as they obviously were evicted by the sheriff. So we'd like to work with staff to see our future plans for the use, and how, I know the conditions that were suspended, which of those we're going to request to come back with under the control of the property owner.
Is that litigation finished that was pending in court with them?
Well, I think there may be something pending, but the court ruled to take back control of the site, and
So that's the court ruling that allowed the sheriff to evict them?
right, correct. And then the sheriff was able to come in December and take control of the space. So I think there's some still ongoing issues.
So there's no current tenant?
There's no current, it's under the control, back under the control of the owner of the property, who is the applicant.
Okay.
And they've been assessing the damage done and the repairs in their future plans. But so I'd like to have the time in the next, for the next meeting.
Do you think they'll have a plan for the next meeting? I mean, is that enough time?
I think that at this point they do. I mean, they already had plans prior to when they would take control back. But I want to have the opportunity to finalize that.
So you want to come back next month?
Next month would be
Okay.
great.
All right,
I
can I get a
appreciate it.
motion to move it to next month?
I have a question.
Oh, sure.
So when you do have a new plan, do you get a new CUP for the rooftop, or you would go under the existing CUP? Maybe this is a question for staff, but I'm sure
I could answer.
you know the answer.
We would ask to, remember this board, while we're working with the board to try to address the noise issues and the problems with the previous operator, we supported the suspension of the order, the CUP that allowed the rooftop activity. So we always talked that once we got control back and we could reorganize, we would discuss with the board about bringing that back. So to modify the order and reintroduce the conditions.
Right now, it's suspended.
It's right now it's suspended.
Okay,
We
got it.
deleted,
You're
the
going to come
board
back with
voted
a
and
plan,
deleted.
and you're going to ask us what relief you can get from that order?
Exactly.
Okay.
So we could,
I guess I'm in favor of that. I guess my question is this sort of separation to fix for future properties? I mean, I remember we had this with the EMA nightclub, where you have sort of this distinction between the operator and the owner of the building, and who has the CUP and who's ultimately in charge. Because in that case, the owner of the building said, well, you know, they have the CUP, we have no control
Right.
over them. Here, it's sort of I mean, I guess it was sort of a similar thing, but you guys have the CUP, not your operator, right?
correct.
And so I guess trying to figure that all
Well, is the
out.
inclination of your client to operate it itself or to get another tenant?
And I don't want
I
to
know
be
it's not
premature, but I
committed.
think the direction's probably going to be they're going to operate themselves at some capacity.
Right, which would alleviate that issue, but.
but if-
going
But if
forward,
there
I
is a
agree.
new tenant,
Right.
then I think shouldn't they be the ones getting the CUP, so that there's not this, just, you know, issue, there's
Yeah,
separation?
And I think staff, you'd have to kind of give thoughts on that.
And we could, and depending on the direction, if it's going to be completely leased out to an operator, we could explore with staff and our discussions before coming back to you, whether or not, does it make sense to add them to the existing CUP, have a separate CUP, figure out that process. But,
Great, all right, thank you.
thank you.
All right, Alfredo, thank you. You know, I didn't ask, no one in here in the audience is here on this item, are they? Okay, and there's no one on Zoom?
No one on Zoom.
Okay, great, thanks,
Thank
Alfredo.
you.
And by the way, this
do we-
is scheduled as a modification revocation hearing, so it is.
Do we need to move it to next, okay.
Yes.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Okay, second?
Motion by Mr. Frieden, second by Mr. Cement. Roll call, Ms. Beatty?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Mr. Jerem?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, previously continued items. Item number 10, Planning Board File 230622, Collins Canal Historic Designation. And I think Rogelio gave a handout. Make sure everybody got this?
Yes, I had previously emailed,
Okay.
that's the designation report that was presented to the Historic Preservation Board for this item. I previously emailed it to you, and now you have hard copies of it if you need it. So this item, it's an amendment to the Land Development Regulations to designate the Collins Canal as a historic structure. Previously, on April 12th, 2022, the Historic Preservation Board recommended that the preliminary evaluation take place to designate this as a historic structure. On November 8th, 2022, the HPB reviewed that designation and recommended that formal designation report be prepared. And then that the City Commission was advised as to that action. And then on June 13th, the HPB transmitted the designation report to the Planning Board, proposing with a favorable designation to designate the Collins Canal as a historic structure. In the designation report, you'll see a whole history of the structure. It is one of the oldest man-made structures in the city. It was intended to allow for a lot of the agricultural products that were being produced in the city to be barged outside of the city. So it's very important for the heritage of the city. The designation applies to the canal itself. It does not include the seawalls. It does not include the bridges that go over it. So if the infrastructure ever needs to be upgraded, if the bridges need to be upgraded, this does not prevent the city from doing that. The city can proceed with those issues.
So wait, so then what does it prevent?
The way I understand it, it would prevent the canal from being covered over. It would ensure that it remains a canal.
Okay.
And we have Debbie Tackett is online. She's the preservation officer. If there's any specific questions on that.
Does Debbie want to
so-
speak generally or just address questions?
Yes, her hand is raised.
Okay, let's hear it. Debbie?
Hello, good morning, members of the board. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and I have not been sworn in.
I can swear you
so-
in, Debbie. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, thank you.
Thank you.
No, I think Rogelio did a great job explaining the designation. This is really to celebrate the Collins Canal. The Historic Preservation Board was very excited about this. It is actually the oldest man-made structure in the city, as it was completed in 1912. And Historic Preservation Board did recommend favorably to the Planning Board and the City Commission regarding the designation. I think it's also important to note that two portions of the Collins Canal are already within the Historic Preservation jurisdiction. We have the Palm View section, and then to the north of that, the Collins Waterfront section. So this is really to honor the canal as a historic site, which does have sort of an elevated significance than just a contributing portion of a historic district. So that's all I have. Thank you for your time this morning, and I am here if you have any questions.
I got a quick question, Deborah. So this was really just to honor the canal and just make it official historic designation. We're not trying to prevent anything that was coming to be a menace to it, right? There was nothing preventive. And
Correct.
All right.
And I'm not aware of anything planned. I know the city is doing some dredging work. We have been coordinating with the Public Works Department, and that, the historic designation will have no impact on that.
Okay. Why was this, I guess, area of the canal left out when the other portions of it were designated as historic?
I mean, that's a great question. So when the other areas were designated, they were designated as historic districts. So primarily focusing on the buildings within either city-owned property or private property. So it was the individual buildings that were really the impetus for those two historic districts. The canal is just within the boundaries of those two districts. Therefore, it's under the jurisdiction of the Historic Preservation Board. But the canal was never, singled out as a historic site until now.
And Rogelio said it, but just confirming that this would not affect at all the residents who are on the canal, whose, you know, backyards or whatever are on the canal, would not affect their current property rights to change the wall, to add anything in their backyard. I mean, it would just, it would, this is purely to protect the canal itself, right? I mean,
Correct.
okay, great.
This designation does not impact any private property whatsoever.
Who owns those seawall? Because normally a seawall is owned by the property owner.
It depends, there's multiple, in the Palmview neighborhood, that most of them, I believe, are private, but then at the street ends, it's owned by the city. Behind the Holocaust Memorial and the garden and the convention center, it's owned by the city in those cases.
Okay, but if the wall needed repairs, the green light on that?
Yes.
Okay, so it basically prevents anyone from turning that canal into a road or something?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
It would remain a canal.
All right, seems like a no-brainer to me unless anyone has any questions. Someone want to move to
Motion to
recommend it?
approve.
Okay. Mr. Cement moved to send with a favorable recommendation.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay, motion and second by Mr. Cement. Oh, I'm
sorry, is
sorry,
there
we forgot
anyone
to
here
open
to
the public hearing.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say that. Is anyone on Zoom?
No hands raised.
Anybody here to speak on this item? Okay. Close the public hearing and let's vote.
Okay, this is a motion to transmit to the city commission with a favorable recommendation. Roll call, Ms. Beatty?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Jerem?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Motion passes.
And thank you, Ms. Taggett, for still on the line. Thank you. Okay, moving right along. New applications. Planning Board file PB 230604, 230 Lincoln Road, 5 Below.
This application is requesting a conditional use permit for a convenience store in the CD3 zoning district on Lincoln Road. Basically.
Okay, so this item is for the Five Below. It's located on Lincoln Road, west of Washington Avenue. Recently, the City Commission approved an ordinance. So just background, convenience stores are prohibited on Lincoln Road. This store would qualify as a convenience store. The City Commission recently approved an exemption to that prohibition of convenience stores located east of Washington Avenue, provided that the convenience store was set back from Lincoln Road at least 75 feet. So this application is before you in a building where the facade is located on Lincoln Road, but then you walk into a courtyard and the facade of the store itself is set back 100 feet from Lincoln Road. So therefore, it qualifies for this exemption. And it is also only allowed as a conditional use permit. So the proposed store, again, is located 100 feet from the property line. We have conditions in the draft order related to making sure that the site remains clean, making sure that there's no entertainment uses or special events on the site, placing limitations on hours for deliveries to ensure that deliveries don't take place during rush hour, and as well as for trash pickups. The site is in a building that was built prior to 1993 in the architectural district. As a result, there's no parking requirement for the site, but there is several public parking garages within the vicinity, so we don't expect any major parking problems here. The building that it's located in already has a Ross store, so this use fits very well with what's in that building. And with that, staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the draft order.
Okay. I know you're his boss, but you need to introduce yourself since you haven't presented before.
Of course. My name is Devin Vickers with Greenberg Traurig. Office is located at 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue. Rogelio gave a great introduction and kind of stole a lot of my thunder. But we are here this morning requesting a conditional use permit approval for the proposed Five Below store on the ground floor of the 230 Lincoln Road building. I'm also here joined this morning with my colleague Alfredo J. Gonzalez, who was actually here before last year for the text amendment allowing this type of use in this limited 2-block area and would specifically allow this Five Below store at this property. Rogelio gave a great background of the text amendment. And if you all remember, you all voted in favor of that text amendment to City Commission. As part of that text amendment process, we not only did it come to this board, but of course it went to City Commission. And during that process, we heard a lot of the concerns that this board had and that the City Commission had, not necessarily regarding this proposed use, but the status of the building. And so since that time, the property owner, which is not a part of this application, but the property owner has made substantial improvements to the site in response to a lot of those concerns that we heard. So some of those improvements have been to increase the security on site. So we've increased not only the security, but the time that security is present on site. So security is present from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Also, some of the concerns were regarding unhoused individuals loitering at the property. And one of the areas that tended to be a problem was the area under the escalator. So since that time, that area has been fully enclosed and is not accessible to the public. Also, one of the other areas that were a concern was the landscaping. And so since that time, new planters have been installed. If you remember, along the corridor, there's live planters on the wall. Those have been reinstalled, and there has been a sprinkler system installed to make sure that those plants and the surrounding landscaping gets daily or scheduled watering to just improve the overall aesthetics of the building. And so moving on, Rogelio mentioned as part of that text amendment process, it was also a requirement of this board and City Commission for any convenience store at this property would have to get a conditional use permit. And so that's why we're before you all today. And I think it was the intent of this board to not only make sure we come back with any type of convenience store use, but as part of the conditional use permit process so that you all can review some of our operational standards that we have for the proposed Five Below site. And so that's why we're before you all. And as part of our application, the Five Below store is proposing not just regarding the overall improvements to the site, but we are completely in line and agree with staff's recommendation regarding the waste and delivery pickup to limit those times to 9 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. during the week and 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. During the weekends. The store is proposed to be operational between 10 a.m. and 9 p.m. Of course, that can change, but those are our proposed times at this time. And I also know that some of you all weren't as familiar with the type of products or what even a Five Below store was. And so part of explaining that, we talked to our client, and what we really wanted to convey was that Five Below, and not only do we believe that this is, even though it's classified as a convenience store, it really is much more than that. It is a retail store branded towards families, which I think, in talking to a lot of my colleagues and friends that actually live on the beach that have kids, this would be the perfect type of store in this area for those families, because it's a type of store that kind of follows families through life cycles of their children and celebrating those events. So birthday parties, if the child wants, a new room, going off to college, things like that. So we believe this is the perfect site for this type of store that will reactivate this corridor and essentially fill this space that has been inactive for over 40 years at this point. So I'm here to answer any questions you have. We also have our a representative for Five Below on the Zoom call if you have any questions for her as well.
Thank you. I see Greenwood's hired another superstar. So, and I hear you're going to make a lot of parents and kids happy. So thank you for your presentation. I'm sure there will be questions, but is there anyone on Zoom for this item?
And before we open the public hearing, do any board members have any disclosures to make on this application?
Start with Gail. Start with Gail. Gail, any disclosure? Not questions yet, just disclosure.
Yes, I spoke to Joe Magazine because he voted no against this when he sat on the planning board, and I wanted him to explain why.
Okay.
Nope. Just that my kids love it.
None for me? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone on Zoom?
No hands raised on Zoom.
Is anybody in chambers here to speak on this item? Okay, close the public hearing. Questions, Gail?
Questions, but yeah, I think it's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you, do you mind sharing what his, because I don't remember what his.
Yeah, I
concern
think
was.
if Joe heard everything you said, he might change his mind. You know, the convenience store worried about downgrading Lincoln Road, having more convenience stores, but I see that the boundary is so narrow that it would only apply to this property, because the property's set back a certain length, and
Right.
nobody else is set back like that. And that you've fixed everything that was a problem, you know, homeless people sleeping under the elevator. A big corporation has a lot of money, they can make these fixes. Yeah, so I think it's a good idea, thank you.
Great, thanks. Jonathan? Mr. CNET? Any questions?
I think Lincoln Road can take all the help that they can get, and I hope that this will do its fair share in helping them get there.
Okay, I have no questions.
No questions.
All right, someone want to move it?
That's, and move it with, did you mention the modifications?
Yes, so just for a housekeeping matter, we are in agreement with all of staff's conditions, but we just wanted to put on the record a minor correction that was on section 2, page 2 of the conditional use permit to
Hold on,
clarify.
wait, slow down 1 second.
Sorry.
On page 123 of your packets.
Okay, which number?
Section 2.
Okay,
Just clarifying that it's Five Below Inc. And then also that, to clarify that only a change in the operator would trigger the transfer approval and not a change in stock ownership, since this is a publicly traded company.
okay, that sounds
So-
reasonable.
So just to be clear, we would strike the or 50% or more stock ownership.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
And the corporation's name is just Five Below Inc., so we remove our from the, okay.
The word hour?
Yes.
Okay. All righty. Did someone move it?
Motion to approve?
Okay, second, please.
Second.
Jonathan, second.
Okay, Ms. Beatty?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Durham?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay,
Thank you all. We appreciate it.
yeah. Thanks again for your presentation, very helpful. Okay, next item is item 12, Planning Board File 230606, Purdy Avenue and Bay Road, 18 Sunset.
Okay, this application is requesting modifications to a previously issued conditional use permit for a mixed-use structure over 50,000 square feet, and conditional use approval for 2 restaurants, each exceeding 100 seats. Specifically, the applicant is requesting modifications to the restaurants to increase the number of seats, increase the maximum occupancy content, and modify the required off-street parking calculations.
Okay, so for background, last year, the planning board considered an ordinance to modify the conditional use requirements and parking requirements in Sunset Harbor, specifically to provide for a modification to what requires a conditional use in Sunset Harbor. Previously, in Sunset Harbor, conditional use permit was required when a alcoholic beverage establishment or restaurant had more than 100 seats, but an occupancy of less than 199 persons and a floor area in excess of 3,500 square feet. That was a little bit unclear in terms of what is the standard that applied. So this new ordinance that was considered by the planning board and then subsequently approved by the city commission on December 13th provides that now restaurants with alcoholic beverage licenses in excess of 3,500 square feet of floor area up to a maximum occupancy of 299 persons and a maximum of 199 indoor seats shall require a conditional use permit. So that ordinance was adopted by the city commission. It also revised the parking requirements. And so this is a modification to an existing conditional use permit pursuant to that ordinance that was recently adopted by the city commission. So this is a modification to a conditional use permit for an existing building. The building is almost complete. I believe it's topped off and they're doing finishes on the structure. That building was approved originally on 2018. It was modified by the planning board in 2020 to turn it into an office building, primarily with retail and restaurants on the ground floor. And so this is a modification to that CUP. Specifically, the modifications will change nothing on the exterior of the building except some minor things on the ground floor and how the ground floor will function. So it'll modify the restaurants on the ground floor. There's going to be 2 restaurants with 2 full-service restaurants and 1 cafe. The cafe will have, is proposed to have 22 seats, and the full-service restaurant, one of them will have 203 seats, and the other one will have 236 seats. And then they're going to be modifying their occupancy so that they can comply with the new ordinance. They're going to be reducing the retail bays on the ground floor from 4, it was previously approved with 4 retail bays. They'll have 1 because more of that space will be used now for the restaurant use. And then they're reducing the number of parking spaces on the second level. It was previously approved with 78 spaces. Now it'll have 75 spaces, and that's as a result of some needs for structural columns that can't be avoided on that floor. So with that, so really the only modification to the CUP is to incorporate that the occupancy and the number of seats is changing for those restaurant establishments. And that's pretty much it. So with that, staff recommends that the planning board approve the modification to the conditional use permit, subject to the conditions in the attached draft order.
Thanks, Aurelio. Tracy?
Good morning. I wasn't sworn in. I got here a little late, Nick.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm this testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. Tracy Slavens, 3800 Northeast First Avenue, Suite 200. I'm here on behalf of 18 Sunset Trustee, and as Rogelio described, we are here to modify the layout of the ground floor, which triggers us to make a modification to our CUP. In the time since we were last before you, we've gone to DRB and worked through some things, and the building has started construction, and we've begun leasing, and we have 2 restaurant tenants that are eager to have a larger format restaurant than what we had previously planned for. And I will put the images up so you can see some visuals. Uchiko is one of the restaurant spaces that was approved by the DRB last month. And they are going to be going into the north half of the building.
Poor Sushi Garage.
Yeah. And in connection with that, we also went back to the commission and modified the code to adjust the parking requirements for this type of restaurant. Mainly, this is because most of the Sunset Harbor restaurant patrons walk or take Uber or some other alternate form of transportation like scooter. I live in Sunset Harbor, and I see what happens in the neighborhood on a daily basis, and I would say that, you know, even the restaurants that used to have valet operations don't really anymore, because really most people don't need to park. So the planning department acknowledged that, and we worked with the staff and with the commission to modify the requirements for parking generally for Sunset Harbor restaurants. In doing that, we did a shared parking analysis and a garage parking analysis to understand what the volumes are in the Sunset Harbor parking garage and what the demands would be for our project. So the 18 Sunset project has 76 parking spaces that were approved. Because of some tweaks to our plan, we show 73 now in the new plan that you see. But because of the way office and restaurant function, there isn't really overlap in the peak hours. Most people leave their office around 6 p.m., and that's typically the time a restaurant opens. So we are going to be able to utilize that shared parking analysis for our project. And then we have the data from the Sunset Harbor parking garage, which shows that at its peak time, which happens to be 10 a.m. on a Saturday, the garage still has over 150 spaces available. So we feel confident that by changing the use on the ground floor, we aren't changing the demands in the neighborhood.
Trace, one question on the parking. So the office space parking will not be assigned
No.
and restricted? Because a lot of buildings, they'll do that. They'll say, you know, this is employee parking only. So those office spaces will be available to the public?
To the
In other words, you're not assigning parking spaces to certain office tenants that then cannot be used even when they're not there. They're all usable?
They are, yes.
Okay.
No, the office space during the day will be restricted.
Correct,
And
during the
as-
day.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is after work hours, there are spaces that are vacated are available to the public?
Correct. And it's noted in the planning board CUP that valet operations will require the approval of the parking department, which we will go through that process. It's most likely that the restaurants will utilize valet to park into the garage, just because it will make life easier, and these are higher-end restaurants. But we will be able to accommodate restaurant patrons at night in our garage, yes.
And I had a second question based on that. So the office parking was not required parking because there is no required parking for offices in Sunset Harbor? Is that how it works?
That's correct. And that existed in the code before. And in CD2 and in Sunset Harbor, uses above the ground floor, other than residential, don't require parking.
So that parking that you built, the 73 spots, that was included in the calculation for maximum floor area ratio?
No, it was assigned to the retail.
No, but when you built the building, you're allowed a certain
It did, no.
FAR.
Yes, we did not use that for FAR.
The amendment that allows for no parking requirement for non-residential uses above the ground floor did say that the applicant can choose to go up to the level in Parking District 1 without being penalized against FAR.
Wow, you got a lot of advantages there. Okay.
So it's basically, it's not required, but it does allow them to provide it if they so choose, without being penalized.
Okay.
That's correct. So we've done a lot of analysis about traffic. We've worked closely with the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association and our neighbors next door to us at the Lofts. I believe some of them are on the line today on Zoom. And we wanted to make sure that no matter what we do in this building, that parking's not a problem, that traffic isn't a problem. And one of the things that we realized this week in going over the notes is that our traffic study actually overanalyzed our uses and accounted for a very high amount of volume in this reiteration of the plan. Essentially, what they did was analyze 16,000 square feet of retail and 398 restaurant seats. So the net change was an increase of 20 cars in the PM peak hour. But interestingly, we don't have 16,000 square feet of retail. We have about 3,800 if you count the cafe and the remaining retail space, which is labeled retail number 1.
So on the bottom, Trace, there's going to be 2 restaurants, Ilili and Uchi, whatever the last part of it is. And then, right, those are the 2 on the ground floor?
Yes.
And are they side by side or back to back?
They're in the breezeway. I'm sorry, I don't have this right. I have it, but you can't see the whole thing in one slide. So Ilili is on the south side, Restaurant 2, and Restaurant 1 is Uchiko. And then on the east side of the building, you have retail space number 1 behind Restaurant 1, and there's a little cafe that's about 885 square feet behind Restaurant 2, both on the corners of the breezeway on Bay Road.
And do you know what the retail is yet? Not yet?
We do not.
Okay.
So that brings me to one issue that I would like to ask for your consideration of today, which is there's a new condition that was added to this board order. It's condition 8A2, and it says that the cafe shall not exceed 18 interior and 4 exterior seats. This is a challenge for us because we don't have the tenants. And since we have overanalyzed the parking, I don't think that there's a need to limit the number of seats in this cafe. In Sunset Harbor, over 100 seats in any establishment triggers a CUP review. It's a conditional use. So anything under 100 seats is allowed by right. I asked Adrian Dubkowski, our traffic engineer, to convert the 16,000 square feet of retail that he calculated for traffic purposes into restaurant seats, and that number equates to 128 seats without changing the traffic analysis that was approved by this parking department, but by this review and the Public Works and Traffic Department. So if I could ask if there's an ability to either delete or modify condition 8A2, I would say that any other restaurant, I guess the total number of restaurant seats for the entirety of the project cannot exceed 398 plus 128. whatever that number is.
Make me do math today.
So you're saying to kind of combine the cafe with the restaurant space?
Well, I was advised by the planning director that
526.
there needs to be a cap,
Right.
so.
But I'm saying you want to make it a collective cap.
A collective cap.
Got it.
How many seats are outside for the Uchi? Because the Uchi's kind of next to a residential building, right?
Actually, Lily is the one next to the
Wait,
residential
which one's on
building.
Purdy? Which one's on Purdy?
They're both on Purdy.
Okay.
Lily is the one next to the lofts. So that's restaurant number 2 on the screen. And restaurant number 2 has, number of exterior seats is 78.
So what if we combine all of the outdoor seats and they can figure out if it's going to be the cafe seat or the restaurant seat?
Yeah, I mean, my point is, I just don't want to limit what tenants we can put in there, and if there's a demand for restaurants, like, hey, I'm all about it, I live there, that would be great. I don't want to have them be hamstrung by some strange number that's just arbitrarily identified because we threw some seats on a plan, that just to show a cafe, but it isn't really what the tenant wants because we don't have a tenant.
No, that's yeah.
Yeah, but what about the people that live across the street? I know the gallery got a noise violation because the people at 1800 Purdy could hear loud music, and that's pretty far away. So we're thinking about the residents that live across the street and next door. That's what I think about when I think of outdoor seating.
Of course. And our outdoor seating is limited, so our condition, which predates this board order, already limits our seats to 11:30 p.m. Indoor portions of the restaurants may operate until 11:30 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday and 12:30 p.m. Thursday through Saturday. That's interior. All exterior operations of the restaurants shall be closed from 11 p.m. to 8 a.m. 7 days a week.
Right, so making this a collective number doesn't impact the number of seats you're allowed outside?
No.
Okay, all right. I think that was your concern, Gail, right?
Say that again?
In other words, changing this language isn't going to change what we've already, the CUP already restricts their number of outdoor seating. This isn't going to change that restriction.
So, Rogelio, what was the thought behind restricting 4 seats for the cafe?
We wanted to have a cap for every establishment, so we modified, condition A1 was modified so that it only applied to the 2 large full-service restaurants. And so as a result, we added a separate condition that would apply to the cafe, and we just took that number from the plans that they provided. They showed 18 seats in the interior and 4 in the exterior. But if they want to have some more flexibility, we're okay with it.
Right, but you agree that it doesn't add any outdoor seating? It's
It's
just
correct. If it's
okay.
a collective number, that's a.
Okay.
fair way
Okay, I
to do it.
agree.
Okay. Okay,
But
anything else?
in terms of enforcement of that, so if a code enforcement were to see, this looks a little crowded here, they would have to count the seats for all the restaurants there and say, okay, well, there's, that restaurant. I guess that it's going to require coordination between all the different restaurants.
It would.
And that complicates things for enforcement in terms of, are they
But I
able to
think
do that? Do we do that
CU
elsewhere?
dictates the number of seats, right?
Each establishment would come in for a CU and then a subsequent BTR. And the BTR would identify the number of indoor and outdoor seats. And so that would really be reviewed as part of a building permit process where we would have to get the numbers to make sure that all 3 establishments on the site comply with the total limit allowed.
So when I suggested to you to combine all the outdoor seating, you made a face like, that's not a good idea.
The CUP regulates the number of indoor seats and the number of total occupants. So the outdoor seats are actually not a condition in this board order.
Okay, so Rogelio, you just said the opposite to me, I think. You said that the outdoor seats are combined, but I guess you thought, I meant to separate the number of outdoor seats that are allowed from the total seats.
Okay, that's a good idea to include that condition.
Because we don't want everybody indoor now coming outdoor, right? We could have 300 seats outdoor if we do that.
There isn't room for that, if I can.
Well, there's always a way. I mean, so can we do that? I mean, I want you to have all your seats. you know, that are already approved.
I have a tally for the two large restaurants for those outdoor seats. I don't have numbers for the like what would fit for retail one and the little cafe space. So it's hard for me to set a number.
But you said the retail's gonna be on the other street. I'm worried about the outdoor seats on
Purdy. Oh, that number I have, yes.
So can we make,
The
instead
total-
of A2, 4 exterior seats for the cafe, maybe total exterior seats for all the restaurants that.
In other words, she
on
wants you to
Purdy.
put
On
a,
Purdy.
right, she wants you to put a limit on the outdoor seating. You have a problem with that?
Just on Purdy.
Just on
Right.
Purdy.
Yeah.
The total number of outdoor seats on Purdy is 126.
What's that?
Including the 4,
No, that's on the Purdy Avenue side. So that's for restaurant 1 and restaurant 2.
So I guess
I
100.
think stating only on Purdy could
Yeah.
create some issues in permitting down the line, when reviewing. Is it on Purdy, is it in the middle corridor?
Oh, do you have a middle corridor?
We do. We don't show on our restaurant seating plan, seats on that, in the breezeway.
In the breezeway,
I think the most outdoor seats that a cafe would have on the West Avenue side is probably around 10. Just by, looking at this plan and kind of, the architect is texting me. So I think, if we were to do total number of outdoor seats, we could do 126 plus 10 and 20, because the other one's twice the size. So 156 seats outdoor, round up to 160.
I mean, that's already a big amount. I mean, I'm giving it a shot. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm okay. I mean,
So you're basically looking to increase by 26 seats total.
Well, interestingly, what I'm trying to do is not limit what happens by right in Retail 1 and Cafe 1 on
Right,
the
but-
West Avenue side.
Your total outdoor seating capacity right now, so we said 120, what was the number?
126.
126 plus the 4, 130 is how many seats, outdoor seats you have. You want an additional 6 for that outdoor cafe and an additional 20, which would be an additional 26 outdoor seating is what you're asking for, that you want to have the control to be spreading on any of the businesses.
I'm happy to limit it to those establishments. I don't necessarily need, I don't think we need to add more seats to Restaurant 1 or
Right.
Restaurant 2.
So we would have control though with limiting the seats for the businesses on the Purdy side, the 2 restaurants, based on the CUPs that these restaurants are giving. So all that would do is give you some
Flexibility.
leeway to be able to add more seats on the other side is what we have
Correct.
control of this, saying no to more seats on the restaurant side.
Correct.
So-
And the only reason for this is that there's a new condition added that would limit this cafe, which we don't want. So I'm happy to delete that.
Okay, so you want flexibility basically for the other side. is what
So
you're
I don't know if my proposal is going to work. Maybe just go with what the attorney suggests. It's all the same, if you take away the limit on the cafe. I'm going to not suggest what I suggested.
all right, and but by the way, and I was remiss, just before I forget, can you make any disclosures with communications you've had?
We emailed.
I asked Sarah from the Neighborhood Association, I spoke to her about this.
With the applicant. I think the conflict is.
I
if you
emailed
have
you.
to
Oh, you
disclose-
did email me, but I don't think I responded.
Okay, Jonathan,
I emailed it, submitted.
Received an email.
received an email.
Yeah, same, no conflicts.
Okay, sorry.
Public comment.
Yeah, Gail, let's do public comment, and then we can revert back to questions. Is there anyone on Zoom?
Yep. We have Sara de los Reyes.
Hi, Sarah. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank
Can
you.
you hear
have
me?
3 minutes. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. We do support. We have had, intense discussion with 18 Sunset about this in regards to limiting the outdoor seating in one side. And I didn't know, we didn't discuss the ones on the cafe and the back side. We really haven't discussed that. But they're not gonna be that big anyway. But when it comes down to the amount of seating in the whole restaurant, we worked very hard to go from 420 to actually 299, which actually brings down 120 less people, and you have more room for each of the tables that you have sitting, each of the tables that you're sitting, that are gonna be more space and less sound. So yes, we support what they've been working on very heartily, and we voted on it as a team a while ago. It's been going on for more than a year.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Sarah.
Any questions for me?
Nope, thank you. Anyone else on Zoom?
We have Marilyn.
Marilyn Freundlich.
Marilyn, do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the
good morning.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to echo what Sarah said. We have had, I don't know how many meetings with this developer, probably 50 during all these years that we have been working with them. This is an amazing project. Everything is so thought through. So we support these seating arrangements that they want, the additional seats here and the less seats over there. We just want this project to be able to open soon, and it's going to be like the crown jewel of Sunset Harbor. So the neighborhood is behind it, and we believe they're very responsible operators. So please, thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Anyone else?
That's it.
Anyone in chambers to speak on this item? Okay, close public hearing. I'll just say, also living in Sunset Harbor, that I'm ecstatic about the choice of restaurants that you're bringing in. I've been to a Lily in New York a million times, and it's phenomenal, so. With that, any other questions? Jonathan?
So I'm with you that I'm excited for this project. I guess, so the two things. One is similar to the concern that I raised before with other projects, is when you have the building owner applying for the CUP and you've got, you know, there's gonna be 3 different establishments here, I guess the cafe, the 2 restaurants, and there's a noise violation. It's kind of unclear who it's coming from. I know there's not gonna be any outdoor speakers, so, or is just the loud people, you know, out at their table speaking loudly that's bothering the, you know, the building that's right, the residential building that's right next door. You kind of have this enforcement issue when you send the notice to the landlord, but then it's the tenant who's the problem. And unless it's clear in your lease between the landlord and the tenant, then there's not a whole lot of enforcement of, problem solving that can actually be done. And so I guess that's, I don't know, I don't think this is really like a good test case to do it on. I think I'm not really talking about you guys, I'm just talking bigger picture here. I think we need to figure out some sort of enforcement mechanism or paragraph to include that says something like, must be in all lease, the leases for these restaurants, that they will comply with the CUP and they'll be subject to enforcement proceedings or whatever it may be. I don't know, Nick, do you have comments on that?
Yeah, I think it'd be hard for us to control what ends up in a lease, but I do think that your conditional use permits issued by this board run with the land. They do apply to any operators on the property. If you wanted to have a conversation about specifying operators, I think that's in the order. I think that would be a different question, but.
Well, Nick, let me ask you, is it always the case where there's an owner of a building, but then there's separate operators, separate entities? Is it always the owner that gets the CUP, never the
No,
operator?
It could be the operator who applies, and any property owners that's different than the operators required to sign the application, but it could be the
So
operator.
under this scenario, they're kind of captain of the ship. If their operators violate it, they got to answer for it.
Well, they both have to answer for it.
But technically, they could have opened up this building without necessarily applying for these CUPs and just, and then allow the tenants at that point to apply for the CUPs. But you, I'm guessing that what happens is that in order to rent it and be more efficient in the process, that's why the owners actually apply for these CUPs beforehand, right? So
Because
they-
I can
they
see a
take
pro,
on-
sorry. I didn't
No,
mean to-
no, but so I'm guessing that this takes on also the responsibility at this point when they're applying for the CUPs for them.
Right, and I guess in another property, again, not this one, in another property, you can have a situation where that tenant leaves, and you have another tenant who was not really considered in the picture of, the big picture of things. Right now, we're considering, you know, Uchiko and Ilya, but, you know, another, a big, you know, tenant who we really don't like, or we've had bad past experiences with, then what happens? They're in that space, they've got this CUP already, they're using it, and it becomes a problem. And so, and it's not really the vibe for the neighborhood that, you know, the Sunset Harbor Association, you know, residents didn't, when they were negotiating, it was with Uchiko and Ilya in mind. It wasn't with, you know, a big, you know, restaurant chain that they really did not want for the restaurant. So I'm just saying, I guess in the future, I'd like to maybe explore that with the city staff in future, maybe do some sort of workshop or try to figure out a solution to that, so that if there is a change in tenant, they come it's like an automatic back before the board for a, you know, modification hearing or something like that, just so we can have, you know, oversight of that.
But I think that aspect is already in place, right? If there's a change of tenant of ownership, they have to come back?
I've seen both ways. I've seen it where a change of tenant or operator requires the new owner or operator to come before the board. And I've also seen it where a new operator can submit an affidavit to staff agreeing to comply with all the conditions of the order.
This condition 3 of the CUP that's already adopted says the conditions of approval for the CUP are binding on the applicant, the property applicants, operators, and all successors in interest and assigns. Any change of operator or 50% or more stock ownership, partnership interest or equivalent shall require the new owners or operators to submit an affidavit approved by the city to the City of Miami Beach Planning Department, transferring approval to the new owners and/or operators and acknowledging acceptance of all the conditions established herein prior to the issuance of a new BTR.
Right.
In some cases, we do add a provision that after the affidavit is submitted to staff, that they do have to have a progress report.
Well, to interrupt, Mr. Chair, Planning Board Condition Number 4 also, I think, covers some of these concerns, which allows the planning board to call in the owner or operator back in front of the board if there are excessive noise complaints or strange things happening that create disturbance. So I think you're covered on both fronts.
Yeah, but I'm not necessarily talking about a disturbance. I'm more talking about, you know, in another, you want to, you know, Uchiko decides we're not interested, and Red Lobster wants to come in. Nothing against Red Lobster. But I'm just saying that's not what was, you know, discussed with the Sunset Harbor Association. And I know you guys have no intention of Red Lobster. I'm just saying for future, you know, that's part of the planning that we have to do, is deciding sort of what types of restaurants and types of, you know, visitors we have, where they're going to be, you know, how many are coming to the restaurant, how many cars people drive to a Uchiko versus driving to a different type of restaurant. So I just think that goes to the bigger picture of these planning decisions. And so, which leads me to my next thing is, I have, you know, we keep looking at these Sunset Harbor projects in a vacuum, and we're looking at them one by one. We're gonna be looking at some new projects with different board members who, you know, in the next session. And there's going to be a lot of big changes in Sunset Harbor. And so right now, looking at parking, great, that parking garage, which is in Sunset Harbor, it's like the farthest possible distance. So I can't imagine many people going to these restaurants are going to be parking in that garage because it's so far. But I mean, it's clearly walkable. But you've got the new members only and public, restaurant, the two new restaurants going in that old Burgers and Beer space. You have the new Pura Vida building the new Pura Vida that's gonna have, in addition to that, like a new big restaurant that we've already approved, one or two, there might be more than one.
They have parking in that building, though.
Okay, but then you have, in addition, the one that's on, was it on Dade? The one that's gonna be on the corner in that new project. You've got the new park that's gonna be state-of-the-art, and it's gonna attract a lot of people, coming to that park from all over Miami Beach. And so, already, if you go on any weekday, but mainly like a Thursday or Friday evening, like on Dade, trying to get on the Venetian, it's crazy. And it requires police, and there's no real solution in sight. And each one of these new restaurants that we're, adding more and more seats to, removing parking requirements, letting them park in other areas, it's, at some point, it's gonna reach max capacity, it's gonna be fully saturated. And if we keep looking at these projects one by one individually, we're not gonna necessarily, we're gonna look back on our job at planning and say, well, wow, Sunset Harbor is really congested now because, one of my concerns, I guess I mentioned to Tracy was, that traffic area when you're getting off Dade onto Purdy is, if there's any backup at that valet whatsoever, that's gonna back up all of Dade going both directions. And so that's a concern that I have. I understand what she's mentioned, that they're gonna constantly be working with the city and monitoring the situation, which I believe, based on everything I've seen of these projects, I believe that. The problem, I guess I'm just putting this on everybody's radar, is that with these two new restaurants, which are gonna be big and popular, with other restaurants in Sunset Harbor, with the new park, that there's gonna be a lot of families coming and parking in that area, in that parking lot, and trying to get in. Obviously, those are two different times of the day. But I just think after all these restaurants are all completed, we're gonna be very happy. Our bellies will be full, but we will be stuck in traffic, and it'll be very, saturated in Sunset Harbor. So that's I just wanna kind of talk about big picture a little bit. I don't, know necessarily that there's a solution in terms of this CUP, but.
Jonathan, I'm really glad you brought that up. When I was reading the CUP this weekend, I saw that there's two restaurants. Now, I could have sworn when you made the first presentation, which I voted in favor for, there was only going to be one restaurant. I don't remember anyone saying there was going to be two restaurants. So I kind of regret voting yes the last time. If that's, my mistake or my confusion about the number of seats. So let me just get this straight. There's going to be 400 seats, 600 occupancy, and any of those 400 seats can be outdoor with this CUP. Why are you saying no? Are we limiting the number of outdoor seats?
If I may, Mr. Chair. So in the first iteration of the plan that we voted on, there were 2 restaurants and 2 cafes and a bunch of retail. And over time, the restaurants have grown in footprint, and the retail has shrunk. So the 2 restaurants that were flanking the breezeway now take up the entire frontage.
Yeah, I feel like I got
tricked. No,
because
you haven't. We've done the traffic analysis for all of these uses. We've overanalyzed it, as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, by 13,000 square feet extra. So we know what the impacts can be. To Jonathan's question about looking at this in a vacuum, we don't. We have methodology meetings with the transportation department, and we include all of the approved and applied for CUPs in the analysis to understand the total volume of traffic in the area. So we do try to account for everything. That the city makes us do that, and we want to do that, so we understand. But this has always intended to be a destination in Sunset Harbor where there are fine dining restaurants and amenities for the residents around it, and since 2020, the office users above it. And, you know, it's always been proposed to have multiple food venues, including 2 CUP restaurants. Just the number of seats have changed. And so what the code regulates are indoor seats and occupants. And occupants includes outdoor diners, and the occupancy level is limited to the threshold for a neighborhood impact establishment, which is 299 persons. But the actual occupancy load gets determined by the fire marshal, so it could be less, right? I mean, let's say we have 200 seats. The fire marshal can say you can only have 250 people in here. So there's 2 numbers that the code looks at.
Okay, I know the fire marshal is very liberal, okay?
I don't know him. I mean, it seems like
he gave
that's not the case, because life
the
safety is a
bodega
major
and the
issue.
bikini hostel, 95 seats at the bikini hostel. It's just,
Well, don't lose sight of the,
Yeah.
Gail, to your,
All
to
right,
your concerns.
so-
Don't lose sight of the fact that
All right.
both Sunset Harbor, Sarah and Marilyn are both very, very, very actively involved and had multiple meetings. And I know that's been a concern of theirs, and they're all in support, so
And
just be aware
Sarah's
of that.
balcony overlooks the building, so she's watching us.
but they're not zoning experts, and they live there, so they don't care about me driving there looking for a parking spot, which I am in Sunset Harbor at least 3 times a week. So, I don't know. I think, to Jonathan's point, he spoke it very well, better than I could have, that this should be looking at this one property. Sunset Harbor's underdeveloped. It's going to have way more buildings, taller buildings, and more restaurants in the near future. I think it was a mistake to give this many seats. I also think it was a mistake to increase the FAR of the building. I know from 1.5 to 2.0, I think the building, I'm not on the design review board, but I think it looks kind of bloated, too big for the property. I guess my love of Uchi Restaurant maybe overshadowed what I otherwise would have looked more closely at. So, Jonathan, do you have any recommendations about this cup? Just leave it as it is?
I'm
or-
fine with it. I'm fine with it. I just, the 2, I guess, questions. One is, was Sarah and is the 7 a.m. deliveries, are they okay with that? That seemed, for Sunset Harbor, I do walk through there 7 a.m. It does seem a little early for deliveries, but is that normal? I
It's
don't know.
normal. I live there, and I can tell you that everything starts at 7 a.m., which is great for me, because this morning I forgot to set my alarm and it woke me up. But at 7 a.m. is standard.
Okay. And so for the other restaurants that we're doing the CUP, is it in Sunset Harbor, it's all 7, to your knowledge?
I'm not sure. I know recent CUPs, we've been moving that to 9 to avoid rush hour. But this was pre-approved with 7.
Yeah, it's not as much as a rush hour thing as
Yeah.
a noise thing. Maybe
Right.
on weekends, I'm thinking, with that, pushing that back to 9 on a weekend, is that a problem, or, I don't know? And the deliveries are not on Purdy, they're on the other side?
They're on Bay Road across from Beach Towing.
Okay, I'm
So
sure.
and they're 24 hours going, and beeping and honking and
I
yelling.
look forward to Beach Towing's trucks battling your delivery trucks.
We've been at it for years.
Yeah. Okay, and so, that's, I don't know, I'd leave it up to the residents if they don't have a problem with 7. Personally, I live in Belle Isle, I would think that 9 would be better, but, and then in terms of the valet, I see that it's clear that they can't let any cars back up on Purdy. What about, is there gonna be any, Uber drop-off? Because it's a tight space. That's why, I know the space, it's tight. Yeah.
We have to work that out with the parking department. We have been in conversation with them, but what they keep telling us is until you're basically ready to open, or you have, Lily just signed in the last couple of months, so until you have your tenants, we can't start to regulate how the spaces in front of the building work.
Mhm.
But we intend to have the valet and drop-off areas on the Purdy side. There are two sets of like parallel parking spaces that we can use, so we're hoping to be able to use all of them.
Okay.
And I think our parking study shows that, and then Adrian will do an updated valet analysis just to make sure.
So I just noticed there's only 5 of us, so you need 5 for approval of a cup. I mean, I'm not going to hold you hostage.
Thank you.
So I am going to vote yes, even though I want to vote no on some things, because there's only 5 of us. And it's, you know, if it was a noise thing, you know, entertainment or a rooftop alcohol, I would hold you hostage.
Yeah,
But-
they're not, it's not allowed in Sunset Harbor Entertainment.
Okay, but, yeah, but, well, if it was somewhere, yeah. So you have my vote, and,
And by the way, I don't think chain restaurants are permitted in Sunset Harbor either, so.
Yeah, there's a formula ordinance
Yeah.
that prohibits chains the corporation can open a restaurant, but they have to come up with a unique concept for the
Right.
neighborhood.
Right.
Red
Okay.
Lobster.
Anything
South
else? Anyone ready to
Beach.
move it?
Soapy Lobster.
May I ask for clarification before you vote on 8A2? So.
Yeah,
we
we're gonna, I think,
delete it?
to your request, yeah.
Or,
And
or
it'll
we
be a-
can
it'll be
say
a
no,
collective
no more
total.
than additional 100 and, I guess the total number of indoor seats, 398 plus 128 is 526. So 120, an additional 128 indoor seats would probably be my preference and as that second condition. Or something like that. I mean, that's based on the traffic. That means with the 128 seats, if you took away all the retail and you put seats in instead, that's the number that doesn't change our traffic analysis.
A2 has to do with cafe.
Rogelio, you
4
okay with
extra
that?
seats.
128 outdoor seats total.
No,
is
indoor.
No, I don't think we should increase the seats.
For the cafe, so.
I'm saying for those 2 other bays, the retail one and the cafe, we don't know what they're gonna be. So
That's what
if-
we're trying to avoid, is more,
If an as-of-right restaurant comes in, they can have up to 100 seats and 125 persons by right without a CUP approval.
if you have extra restaurants, I think you should come back for a modification of your cup, because I'm not going to vote for what you just said.
Okay.
Okay, so for the bays fronting
Bay
Bay
Road.
Road, there shall be no more than 128 seats.
Indoor or total, I mean, whatever.
Total.
Total's fine.
128, we said?
I mean, that's the max. It's unlikely.
And are you saying that's in addition to what is allowed in this cup?
Yes, because typically
No, I'm not voting for that.
Okay. Then should we just delete the condition and deal with it later?
Delete 8A2 you're
Delete
talking about?
AA2?
Yeah, but I think, doesn't he have to create some collective number to replace that, or no?
Yeah, technically, no, but the
All right,
preference
to
of
a
the
P
planning
scale,
director
then let's
was
just
yes.
delete it without adding seats at this point.
Thank you.
Otherwise, you're not gonna get it passed.
Right, and then once you figure it out, just come back.
Right.
You can always come
So
back and
if a
modify.
restaurant wants to go in in either of the bays fronting Bay Road, they would have to come back for modification.
Or should we just leave it and modify it?
Correct, but we're eliminating the condition on the cafe.
Keep the condition as is, and
All
at
right,
least
just
you
leave
have
it as,
that.
leave it as is.
You have to leave it as is, because
Because I don't want to.
All right, then you'll come back if there's okay, all right.
And are we touching the outdoor seating stuff, or we're just keeping everything as
No,
is?
leaving it.
Okay.
Okay, let's, someone want to move it?
I'll move it.
Move to approve?
Move to approve the,
Okay.
the request.
Ms. Beatty, Mr. Cement seconded.
Mr. Cement seconded. Okay, roll call, Ms. Beatty?
Yes.
Mr. Cement? Yes. Ms. Jerem?
yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
But
All right.
Jonathan, to your point, though, the idea of not keeping all. the
Alfredo,
feedback
sorry, I'm gonna do it. We're gonna do a
is very
15-minute
important. I mean,
break.
I just think that The reality
lunch
is.
here?
Yes, I think we
The
have.
reality is.
Alfredo, we're going to take a 15-minute break.
Okay.
This is not gonna just attract the neighbors.
Please stand by. We're about to start the meeting. Please stand by in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Okay, welcome back. Sorry, that was a little longer than 15 minutes, but here we go. We're on new applications, Planning Board File 230629. A lot of addresses, but it's basically the 1670 James Avenue office building.
Yes, this application is requesting modification to the previously issued conditional use permit for the construction of a 6-story office development over 50,000 square feet, including the use of mechanical parking. Specifically, the applicant is requesting modification to incorporate adjacent parcels to the project site, modifications to the roof deck, and interior renovations to expand the office square footage area.
Okay, so this project was already approved by the planning board on September 20th, 2022, as a commercial structure exceeding 50,000 square feet in the CD3 district. This is a simple modification. They've added surrounding sites, which they are going to be incorporating the floor area from those adjacent sites into the development. So the site will be going from approximately 34,500 square feet in floor area to approximately 50,957 square feet in floor area. And of that, 37,424 square feet will be for office space. The building will still be providing parking, 38 spaces on the second and third floors, and the vehicles taken to the site via the 2-car elevators on the ground that you entered from the ground floor. Nothing else on the site has changed. There are a few modifications on the rooftop that are being modified, but nothing major. There's not going to be any entertainment. The rooftop will be limited to the use of the tenants of the building. So there's no major changes there. When the project came before us in 2022, their traffic study had already contemplated this additional floor area. So they were expecting it. It wasn't finalized yet. The deal wasn't finalized yet, but they were expecting it. So the traffic study already contemplated that. As a result, no additional traffic study was necessary for this increase in floor area. And so staff has no major comments on it. It's simply a modification to allow for that extra floor area. We are defining the uses that would be allowed throughout the building in our draft order. And with that, staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the draft order.
Thank you, Rogelio. Alfredo?
Good afternoon again. Well, not good afternoon. On behalf of the applicant, Alfredo Gonzalez, with Greenberg Traurig, and I'm here today with the architect Kobe. We have Kansas traffic consultant and from ownership. I know this board's heard this application and approved it 2 years ago. I could do a very short presentation to save time and then just explain the 2 minor changes that's brought us back here.
Do that.
Okay. Hello. Yeah. So we have the board. The only changes that are really occurring, I'm going to focus right on it.
And can you bring those a little closer? I know it's kind
Yes.
of logistically. Thanks.
Maybe under the light. It's better.
Well, just, hold it up. You have your mic. He can hold it. Alfredo can hold it.
Here you go. So here is the proposed, which is almost identical to what was approved by this board. We're not changing the envelope of the building at all. It's been further refined. We actually filed for building permits in December. So when you saw it was in concept, it went to construction drawing, so all the technical issues have been addressed in the building. But the changes that we were proposing is really adding, like I said, about 15,000 square feet of office that was in the envelope of the building that was parking. So we've taken, particularly, I'll give you a perfect example is, here is the 6th floor. And this is how it was approved. You had office and you had parking. So you had the car lifts going up to the 5th and 6th floor, and you had regular parking. So what we're proposing now is we're able to take those top floors and just make it office. So the parking is limited to the second and third floor. And obviously the car elevator lifts, it only goes now to the second and third floor. It doesn't have to go all the way to the sixth floor. So as part of being a little bit more sustainable building, by adding additional square footage of office, converting the existing footprint to office, that in itself triggered coming back to the board for a modification, because this is over 50,000 square feet gross, so it triggers the increased intensity. And then originally when we were approved in 2022, we had proposed 3 stackers lifts within the building. We now have 18. So those are the 2 modifications that we're asking this board to consider.
Where's
You
the
ex-
extra parking
Yeah.
gonna go for the extra office space, the additional office space?
Well, one of the things, to refresh everyone's memory, we were providing the parking at the time we thought we needed all the parking for the intended uses. As we've talked with potential operators, we were able to repurpose the parking. There is no parking requirement for this area. We could provide 0 parking and be in compliance with the zoning. So it's a building that if we had no parking, it wouldn't function. So we were able to move around the parking, add some stackers, and still provide enough parking for all the office tenants that they would require, and exceed the requirements of the resiliency code
And
for
how many-
parking.
So how many total spots are there?
We will have total of 38 spots,
So 38 spots for
37,000 square feet of office.
37,000 square feet of office.
Yes. And under the code, we would be required to have 0 parking.
Refresh, I think I saw valet as well as provided.
Well, it's 100% valet because, and I could show you the driveway that this board approved. You would come into the ground floor, drop off the car, the valet would go into a car elevator and go up to the upper floors, and that's where the car's parked.
Is this the one where the car would turn on the platform? There was a platform that like rotated, so they didn't have to make a 3-point turn, or is that a different building on Washington?
Different project.
Okay.
But I could show you how we approved the ground floor.
And just out of curiosity,
Yes, sir.
so the tenant base has no interest and/or need for additional parking? I guess how does that just, or is the plan to eventually find off-site parking? And you do think that there's a need for the tenants?
Well, in this area, when they first proposed the office building, obviously they wanted to maximize the parking before talking to tenants. In further developing the project and now going into building permit, they felt that they didn't require the parking. You have office buildings in the area that have 0 parking. This is still would be, with 38 parking spaces, the few office buildings in the area, it's still more than.
No, I'm just curious what
yeah.
people do. Do they park in a garage? Do they valet elsewhere? I'm just curious kind of operationally what these people do. I'm not saying that this project needs it.
Mhm.
Obviously, by code, it doesn't. I'm just curious what people do around there.
What I could speak in generality. What I've seen in some of the office buildings on Miami Beach, you have a lot of people that are not necessarily let's say the downtown office building people are driving to. They may be Ubering, they live locally, so they use all the forms of transportation. And one of the reasons we're bringing the office into Miami Beach, a Class A, there is that need for a Class A office in Miami Beach, so you're not forced to, as a company that wants to maybe relocate, have to go over and cross the causeway back and forth, which we all could tell you, especially if you were on Saturday watching the new cruise ship leave, it takes forever. So we feel that 38 parking spaces will be sufficient to address the needs of the tenants, the future tenants. And so our modification, and we agree with all the, I think Rogelio also took in the order. You'll see that they updated the code section since it's from 2022. Now we're under the resiliency code, updated all the code sections, clarified the rooftop has not changed. The use that we proposed in 2022 is the same. The tweaks and differences from the rooftop, we're not asking for a modification. It's just that it got further developed. So now we know the mechanical equipment. Everything went into per permit with construction drawings and has been refined. But we have no issues with the conditions that Rogelio suggested that actually restates the limits on the use. The rooftop is not a venue, it's an amenity to the office tenants. So,
Before we proceed, I always keep forgetting to do this. Can you disclose any disclosures you need to make, Gail? Anybody? Okay.
Can you explain again, you said 18 stacked. 18 cars are stacked on top of each other?
no. Let me show you the plan. We now have parking on the second and third floor. So there'll be 18 parking spaces, and each one will have a stacker. So
Okay.
you have 18 stackers. One of the requirements for mechanical parking is I need to come before this board and propose how many actual stackers are being proposed for a project. Since in 2022, you approved 3, that's because what we requested. That's one of my modifications. I'm going from 3 to 18. Our traffic analysis originally contemplated up to 30. So we're within the boundaries of the traffic analysis that was done. And that's one of my modifications.
Is there anyone on Zoom to speak?
We have no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, is anyone in here on this item? Okay, close the public hearing. Sorry, Gail, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask one more question. So when you came before us in 2022, I remember I voted for this project. So the size of the building, the envelope, as you refer to it, it's not going to change?
There is no change.
Okay.
So the envelope of the building, only I'm changing is
Yeah.
particularly 6th
Okay.
floor, 5th floor,
Okay.
offices that have more parking.
Okay, I got it. Okay, I'm trying to think of the pros and the cons. I guess it's okay.
Any questions?
Do you have an idea, is it leased out yet, or?
I know that they're working on that. I know that our next benchmark is to probably have full building permits by summertime. Permits went in, applications went in for the permits now in December. So they're going to continue to lock in the tenants.
And my concern is the additional traffic that comes from having, so much more office space with not really a ton of parking. But I think it's more a question for kind of city staff and how the city is able to deal with it and scale for it, especially considering all of the office space that's kind of coming into the city with all of these, incentives. Maybe we could put this on as a discussion item for next month or in a future month, just to kind of see from a macro level what's happening to the city with all the additional office space, and whether or not it might be time to take a look at, all right, maybe we kind of pause all the additional office use, which has a lot of cars coming in and out from different cities, and maybe trying to think about workforce housing or some type of living situation for people to live on the beach and stay on the beach.
I thought the offices were supposed to alleviate traffic because people who live on the beach don't have to leave the beach. Alleviate traffic on the bridges, I guess.
So I think in a vacuum, that's probably true, but that assumes that everyone is, like all the employees of these companies are from Miami Beach.
Yeah.
If they're not, then.
Yeah, then they're coming, okay.
Questions? No? Okay, someone want to move it?
I'll move it to approve.
Motion second? Second, anyone?
Second.
So much enthusiasm. All right. We have a
It
first and a
wasn't
second.
Five Below, I know,
Huh?
I know. It wasn't Five Below.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, Ms. Beatty?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Jerem?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alfredo. Thanks, Kobe. Nice to see you.
I'll get
All
out of
right,
your hair.
we are going on to code.
Wait, but
Oh.
just to finalize that point, can we put that on as a discussion item for
So-
next month? Just to kind of see on a macro
Actually,
level.
do it a different month in the marina, so maybe March.
March,
Yeah.
okay. Discussion on the office incentive
Yeah, the
program?
office incentive,
Incentives that have
what
passed?
the kind of utilization has been like, maybe traffic impact, office use versus let's call it workforce
Well, I
housing.
guess, I mean, one thing you could, I mean, I'm kind of like more of a retrospective study. So now that we have new
No, that-
office.
yeah, I'm talking
that's
about
what you're just-
retrospective,
Right,
yeah.
okay.
I would say I can't think of too many that are already functioning. A lot of them are in for permitting. The one in Sunset Harbor is probably the one that's closest to opening. So we don't have too many that are fully functional yet.
The one
that
on
have taken
Alton
advantage.
and Ninth.
So maybe,
Yeah.
whatever we
small.
can do to make it
Small.
as kind of retrospective as possible. If there's not a lot of data, then we can also incorporate some type of prospective outlook.
Okay.
But my concern is, and it's kind of similar to what we were talking about in Sunset Harbor, is right now, you know, we've approved office projects. Just trying to make sure it doesn't kind of get ahead of us without trying to consider people living on the beach and staying on the beach.
Okay.
Because I don't think there's been any mandate in these office proposals that says, you know, all of the employees have to be Miami Beach residents. If that was
Right.
the case, it would be helping traffic. But if these people are coming in from different places, it's only gonna
Right.
hurt traffic.
Got it.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So I'll put that as a discussion by I'll put the request as by acclamation. Is everyone
Yes.
okay? Yep.
Anyone opposed to it?
No.
Okay.
That's good.
All right, code amendments. Item 14, Planning Board filed 230644, and it looks like a companion 0637, residential use incentives. We'll start with the comprehensive plan amendment.
Yep. So we can do them both together. The
Okay.
first one is a comprehensive plan amendment, and the second one is a land development regulation. This amendment affects FAR, and FAR is regulated in the comprehensive plan, so as a result, that we have to have the two companion amendments. This ordinance was referred by the City Commission, and it was subsequently reviewed by the Land Use and Sustainability Commission. And the intent is to limit transient uses in several parts of the city and encourage a permanent residential uses in those parts of the city. So the ordinance focuses on 4 areas of the city primarily. So the first one is Mid-Beach. And so the ordinance affects the RM2 and the RM3 districts in Mid-Beach, in specifically properties fronting Collins Avenue between 47th Street and 63rd Street. And so in this district, the ordinance creates a Mid-Beach incentive area, and it would provide an FAR and height incentive for properties that are willing to prohibit lodging uses, prohibit short-term rentals, provide a covenant saying that they will abide by these restrictions, and not having any rentals that are less than 6 months in a day. And if they are in a historic district, they're required to obtain a certificate of appropriateness from the Historic Preservation Board if they seek to use these incentives. And so you'll see in the 4 areas that I'm going to discuss, they'll all have these same requirements that they need to abide by in order to get the incentives. So in the Mid-Beach area for the RM2 district, I provided a cheat sheet to everybody that shows the height increases, and then the staff report has the FAR changes. So the FAR will be modifying from 2.0 to 2.3. The height will be going for the basic height outside of a historic district will be going from 60 feet to 75 feet. Within a historic district, the height will be going from 50 feet to 65 feet. And then for properties outside of a historic district that have a ground floor that consists of non-habitable parking or amenity uses, which is a resiliency incentive that we developed a while back, those will be able to go from 65 feet to 80 feet. So that's an FAR increase of about 15%. In the RM3 district, which is the majority of this Mid-Beach area is in the RM3 district, the maximum FAR on lots less than 45,000 square feet will be 2.6. Currently, it's 2.25. Lots greater than 45,000 square feet, the FAR will go to 3.2. Currently, it's 2.75. And then for oceanfront lots that are greater than 45,000 square feet, the FAR will go to 3.5. Currently, it's 3.0. So that represents an increase of about 16%, FAR increase of 16%. In terms of the height limits, currently non-oceanfront lots have a height limit of 150 feet. This proposes 170 feet. Oceanfront lots have a height limit of 200 feet. This proposes 220. And ground floor additions currently have a height limit of 50 feet. This proposes 60 feet. So generally, these projects would be allowed 1 or 2 more stories from what is allowed today, if they take advantage of these incentives. The next area is the South Beach RPS 4 district. This is in the south of Fifth neighborhood. These are all oceanfront properties. Recently, the city passed an incentive that allowed what is today the Hilton Stanton to convert to residential use, and they provided an FAR incentive to allow that building to keep its FAR and be able to redevelop as a residential use. This makes that incentive more general. It applies to all properties in the district. However, this incentive is not as generous as the incentive that was tailored to those specific properties. And so what it would allow is the FAR would go to 2.25. Currently, the maximum is 2.0. And then the height limit would increase from 100 feet to 115 feet. So that would be roughly a 13% FAR increase. The last area that it affects is the West Avenue Bayfront overlay. So that's the RM1 and the RM2 properties in the West Avenue neighborhood. It covers West Avenue and Bay Road, north of, I believe, 11th Street. Yes, north of 11th Street. And so that incentive only applies to existing transient uses. So that would be to existing hotels, to existing suite hotels, and apartment hotels, and hostels as well. So that incentive would allow for properties in the RM1 district to increase their FAR from 1.25 to 1.6. Their height would change from 50 feet to 65 feet. And then in the RM2 district, the FAR would go from 2.0 to 2.5. And then the height limit for non-oceanfront lots would go from 60 feet to 75 feet. For lots less than 45,000 square feet fronting Biscayne Bay, the height limit would go from 100 feet to 125 feet. And then for lots fronting Biscayne Bay over 45,000 square feet, the height limit would go from 140 feet to 165 feet. So in the RM1 district, that would be a 28% FAR increase, and in the RM2 district, it would be a 25% FAR increase. Just so to be very precise, the West Avenue Bayfront overlay incentive only applies to those existing transient uses. It would not be applicable to the district as a whole, whereas the other incentives apply to those entire districts, whether or not there is currently a transient use on the site or not, with the idea that you wouldn't have the short-term rentals. The one for West Avenue is tailored to existing hotels primarily. And so that's basically what the ordinance does. Staff recommends that the planning board transmit the comprehensive plan amendment and the LDR amendment to the city commission with a favorable recommendation. After discussing with the sponsor, we do have some slight modifications to the amendment to the land development regulations that they wanted me to read into the record. And that would be to remove bed and breakfast inns from the allowable uses that are eligible for the incentives. That's because there is currently only one property that is eligible to have a bed and breakfast inn. And that property, there was recently an ordinance that came before the planning board and was ultimately approved by the city commission to allow that property to proceed with their plans to develop a bed and breakfast inn. As part of that agreement, if that property is sold, it can no longer have that bed and breakfast inn. It can only be a residential structure. So the sponsor did not feel the need to have that incentive for bed and breakfast inns, given that there's only one. And then there's one other minor change. The incentives for West Avenue Bayfront overlay also allow for some accessory uses, including office, neighborhood-specific retail, or neighborhood-specific personal service establishments with access from the main lobby or from the street. There was a clarification in that ordinance that prohibited tattoo studios and massage therapy centers. The sponsor would like us to add some additional uses to that list. And these are consistent with nuisance uses that we prohibit in other parts of the city. So this would prohibit check cashing stores, convenience stores, marijuana dispensaries, and medical cannabis treatment centers, occult science establishments, package stores, pawn shops, pharmacy stores, souvenirs and T-shirt shops, grocery stores, and tobacco and vape dealers.
And what would the accessory use kind of consist of?
So it's intended to be personal service establishments, so a hair salon, barber shop,
You said office,
makeup
like how much
studio,
office space would there be?
space would be allowed.
So how much?
An accessory use has to be less than 50% of the floor area.
Less than 50%?
Yeah.
So
Actually, I
you-
apologize. As part of the resiliency, we've modified that. I believe it's 25% now.
Okay, so you,
Yeah.
so you could technically have a project here that's 75% residential, 25% office?
Correct. So, but those projects, as I said, would have to be, currently have to be operating as a hotel.
Right.
So it's limited to about 8 properties, we believe. There could be 1 or 2 that we're missing, but we believe it's about 8 properties.
Or it could be a suite hotel, or an
A suite ho-
apartment hotel.
Suite hotel, or hotel, or hostel.
Yeah, I still think it's more than 8 properties, but I'm gonna look at it more closely.
There may be 1 or 2 more that we're missing, but from what we can tell, it's about 8 or 9. There are some that appear to be a hotel, but they're actually an apartment building with short-term rental licenses. And the way this is worded, those properties would not be eligible for this incentive. So, that's it.
Is there anyone on Zoom to speak?
No hands raised.
Okay, no one here, so we'll close public hearing. Any questions, comments?
I have, I met with the sponsor of this proposal, Commissioner Laura Dominguez, and I also met with the planning director, Thomas Mooney, and I also have been going a little bit back and forth with Stefan, who owns the Gathering Hotel. And I have 3 pages of notes on this. I have a lot of opinion on this, which is maybe a red flag, but I don't know, do you want to hear about my opinion yet?
Yeah, of course.
Now, the premise of converting transient to residential, I'm all for it. I understand the purpose of this. But I don't think these incentives are the right ones. I'm glad to see the removal of the bed and breakfast in this ordinance. But I'm disappointed that the accessory uses have been added to zone RM2. You know, these buildings to add accessory uses that are, I don't know if they're that desirable in a residential neighborhood. Are we exchanging one bad use for another? I think we have to be careful. I mean, it's a big change. I know this is a very complicated ordinance. I asked Rogelio to also include FAR in his chart, because it just includes height increases, the proposed versus the current. However, I included the FAR increases. I don't know, it's like all over the place. Like on the West Ave RM1, we're increasing the FAR by 28%. But then in the South of Fifth neighborhood, we're only increasing the FAR by 12.5 as an incentive. I mean, I don't know, it seems like eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Like, what was the reason for such a spread?
Those tend to be larger lots, so 15% on a larger lot represents a lot more square footage than on the RM1 lots that are relatively small.
Right. And then the Mid-Beach RM2 district is included. I don't know if those people are really complaining about the hotels that are existing there. I don't know if everyone understands this, but in the Mid-Beach RM2 and in the South of Fifth area, this ordinance gives height and FAR increases for anyone that is building any residential apartment. At residential, apartments. you know, if they're already going to build residential, why are we giving them more incentives? I just think, you know, we're going to give people incentives now for not building offices. It's a little backwards to me. I think this needs to be cooked a lot more. According to Stefan at the Gathering, this isn't going to incentivize him to convert because it doesn't really give him any more FAR than he already has, because I think he has legal non-conforming extra FAR already, so this doesn't incentivize him. I like the idea in general, but I think it has to be cooked more. And some of the FAR and the uses added, I think is detrimental. So, and
Yeah,
none of the
remember, we have to, we're either making a recommendation to approve it or not, or we can approve it with separate comments. So just bear in mind that when you're making your decision. You can either send it unfavorably or favorably with side comments, because it's simply a code amendment that we don't vote yes or no, but whether to pass unfavorably or unfavorably. I wanted you to remember.
Yeah, well, I'm not favorable to the RM1. I'm not favorable to what they want to do in RM2. I'm not in favor of
Right, so
it.
you'd be unfavorable,
Yeah, unless somebody here can
And then the-
convince me. But, you
Right.
know, this is very complex, like, and I think we have to really think about this more. That's all. Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead.
I have a few questions and comments. Generally, very much in favor, but I do share, some of the concerns that Gail brought up. A few questions for staff, then hopefully you could kind of talk through this. So, number one, as part of this residential use, I know I've asked this before, but I want to specify, this could also be allocated towards, let's say, condo project, right? So someone will take the short-term use, take advantage of these incentives, and now they're building a condo, correct?
That's correct.
So is there any way to kind of have nuanced residential use definitions where in order to take advantage of these incentives, one has to build an apartment building or workforce housing or things like that?
So they are all almost exclusive, they are all in residential districts. So those districts generally only allow residential or hotel. By virtue of agreeing to these incentives, you are agreeing to not have a hotel, so the only use left for you is
Sure, but
residential.
I'm saying specifically kind of apartment buildings within the residential classification versus a condominium.
Oh, that I'm not sure about. I
And I
think there
know
are
in-
some legal restrictions over how we regulate ownership.
So we couldn't distinguish on the basis of how the property is owned, which is whether it's an apartment building or whether it's a condo building. But you could, if you wanted to recommend that limiting eligibility to projects that are, say, affordable or workforce, you could do that.
Got it. But when I say to restrict the ownership, meaning right now, if these are kind of short-term rentals, I assume it's probably one person who owns the building. And then, they're going to develop something. So we don't have the ability to restrict what's developed in these districts as it relates to condominium versus apartment?
Right, because condominium versus apartment is just really a question of how the property is owned.
Well, it's also, yes, but also kind of the end user experience as well.
So Mel, can you explain why you're just so I understand the?
Because I think that one of the things that's hurting the city the most is, reasonably priced housing stock. So
you're in favor of more rentals available.
Correct. So
Right.
if we now incentivize, these, and they're all great, but these beautiful condominium projects, so now we're further kind of
Giving affordable housing.
impairing the housing stock and anyone's ability to come and live here. Considering where, the metrics fall, even workforce housing in Miami Beach allows most people to be able to, qualify to live in those buildings. So that's kind of.
Yeah, I guess to Yechiel's point is that, like, for example, there's a building that's on the market right now, or was on the market on Lincoln Road, I guess Lincoln Court, that has Airbnb usage right now, and it's advertised fully licensed for Airbnb uses. One uber wealthy person could go in, buy that whole building, knock it down, and build an even bigger building and have it for themselves with all this square footage, and that doesn't do anything to move the city forward. Obviously, I mean, I guess for the neighborhood, there's less suitcases rolling in and out, but, you know, I think to Yechiel's point is that in order to really, you know, we're missing out on an opportunity here to incentivize, you know, cutting these down from Airbnbs to, you know, workforce housing. I think that's what he's saying. So, I mean, I think in general, it's a good idea. I guess, you know, it's really not affecting that many properties, but there really probably aren't that many properties, you know, having Airbnbs right now. And there's probably some who will have no interest in knocking the building down and building it up because it's too expensive. But I mean, my immediate question is, you know, how many people are actually interested in doing something like this? I don't know.
Well, and to kind of piggyback off of that, not only how many people are interested, but the increase to FAR and heights and all that, has that, I guess, been vetted by the business community? Are these incentives that, you know, are kind of, is it worth it? Or is it something that would move the needle in any which way?
We think it would. It has not, we don't have any specific projects that have come forward that have told us they want to use these incentives. These are proactive, hoping to bring some in so that they can develop more residential and convert from hotel to residential.
I love the goal, by the way. Let's
Yeah.
be clear. I would love to get rid of, you know, as much of, you know, these short-term rentals as possible.
Mhm.
It's definitely hurting the city.
Yeah.
Just trying to see if, okay, what can we do to really kind of push the city forward at this
Right.
point?
So, yeah, and as a result, as you're aware, state law prohibits us from prohibiting short-term rentals in areas where they weren't prohibited prior to 2011. So this incentive technique is really what we've been using in various parts of the city and with various techniques. So that's really the impetus for this, is to allow those to convert back to residential use. As far as the ownership, I don't think we can legally do that, but we can propose income restrictions for maybe a percentage of the units have to be set aside for a percentage of income. We've discussed ordinances like that in the past. So that's something that could be suggested by the planning board.
But that actually de-incentivizes somebody to change their building from transient to residential, because it just adds another limit to what.
Then that's true.
Well,
Yeah,
but
I think-
but that's also where the extra FAR comes into play and all of those actual incentives. So right now, if they have a smaller building that's, you know, classified as an STR, but they get to have a bigger building that's, you know, kind of workforce housing, it might still be something that's attractive.
Already the FAR and height is not attractive to incentivize converting from transient to residential. Okay, nobody in the RM1 or RM2 is going to convert based on these numbers, I promise you. I've been speaking with the Bikini Hostel for the past 10 years. I know exactly what they want, and that what they want is not in this proposal. So that's why I'm saying I think
So what do
the
they
intent is good, but I think it has
What
to be baked more.
Well,
I've been,
What do they want, I guess, based on the feedback? Like, what would make it attractive to try and get them to convert their use?
I don't know if I want to say that on the record.
Well, I guess the idea is we're here brainstorming some ideas. I think we all sort of agree that this is an imperfect solution. It's sort of, what I don't love about it, it's sort of giving broad strokes to the whole area without an analysis. Okay, you know, I mean, an extra floor in some of these neighbor residential areas, I mean, could be a really detrimental thing to a neighbor who's been living there for 50 years, and next thing you know, I mean, you know, their whole backyard is shadowed. I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't love the idea of kind of these broad strokes of giving a ton, it's 25% increase in FAR. And so that, to me, that's a big deal. To me, I mean, obviously, we've all seen that the residents have expressed, yes, residents are expressing discontent with Airbnbs, they also are expressing discontent with increasing FAR. And to do it this way, I think, is not really what residents want. But I understand the intent, and it's a good outside-the-box thinking, and I just wish I, right now, had a different idea, and that's sort of why I think the question was asked, and not to put anybody on the spot, but of, what does the Bikini Hostel want in order to convert its use?
Or even not the Bikini Hostel, I'm just
Or
saying,
any-
because
any-
I'm sure you've spoken to like many owners. It doesn't have to be specific to a property, just generally, what is it that would?
I mean, each property is different, and there's only a few properties that probably should be converted. Maybe the other ones, it doesn't matter, because the suite hotels, they're not allowed to have alcohol, so maybe just leave them alone. I think the hotels that have accessory use alcohol, that's the problem in a residential neighborhood, so let's focus on that instead of this broad stroke. And I don't know why we're automatically giving extra FAR and height to anybody who was already planning on building a residential building in Mid-Beach or south of Fifth.
Were there other incentives explored?
Well, I know there's, on the commission agenda, there was a proposal to remove the bonus FAR for hotels. They have a bonus 0.5 FAR. Yeah, why don't we do disincentives for hotels? That would be, in my opinion, the first line of defense. And there's probably a lot more proposals coming to disincentivize hotel development that the commissioners are working on, so.
The concern staff has with that is the building can come in, be permitted as an apartment building. It looks and feels like a residential building, but they then have the right to apply for a short-term rental license, and the building functions de facto as a hotel, but actually worse than a hotel, because they may not have the same security and amenities and other protections that a hotel has, that a short-term rental building might not have. So that's
Wait, could you
the
explain that
concern.
again? You said that's the problem. What's the problem?
The concern is
The cons-
if we disincentivize hotels, the project can come in as a residential building, get permitted as a residential building, and then each unit can apply for a short-term rental license, and the building essentially functions as a short-term rental, is essentially functioning as a hotel, only without the management that a hotel affords.
Oh, I
So
see.
that's the concern.
Okay.
That this tries to address, because the owner has to submit a voluntary covenant saying that they will not have short-term rentals in their residential units.
And this happened, I know it happened with Sunset Harbor next to Office Depot. Is that like one of, example of that?
That
Because he's not
building,
al-
that
yeah, he's not allowed
building
to
is a
build-
residential building, but they
Yeah.
do have, because hotels are prohibited in that district.
Yeah.
But they can turn around and get a short-term rental license for each of the residential units on that site.
Okay, so I have to think about that. That's true.
If we were to, let's say, vote on this and it was not favorable, then what happens? Meaning,
Well, you can do the same thing. You can do an unfavorable recommendation and then do a separate motion that here are the points that were of concern.
I
that we
mean,
would like you to look
like,
at.
if I was making the motion, I would actually do this with
The other way.
with a favorable recommendation, because I
With-
think that residential use is still better than short-term rental
Right,
use.
but with some side concerns.
But with some side concerns.
Either way. I mean, you can make a motion either way.
I'm just curious, though, if it was not favorable, then commission could still pick it up and vote.
Oh, yeah,
however they
they're
please,
gonna
right?
decide anyway, but they look for us to
I
guide
think it's a
us.
question of how many changes we think are needed, right? So if it's just a couple of changes, you're favorable, but if it needs to be rethought through, maybe we're better off going on favorable and push for.
I mean, is there a way,
reevaluation.
is there a recommendation we can make where we don't make a recommendation because we think it needs to be further vetted? Or do we have
I
to?
mean, you can continue the item if you're not ready to make a recommendation.
Right, but then that's not gonna change anything.
Correct.
Okay. In
But
order for there to get,
if we continue it, though, it's still going to go back to the commission, and they can send it to land use, and they can juggle it around and tweak it. I mean, I don't want to discourage any commissioner from trying to solve this problem, but I don't want to encourage the commission to approve this. So I'm a no.
Okay. So right now, a current apartment building that internally does not allow Airbnb, if they internally voted amongst their, board, their association to allow Airbnbs, then they could, if in this, ordinance, they could then waive that Airbnb and be allowed to build up an extra, extra story to give the building more height.
Correct. Yeah, if the association proffered a covenant, voluntarily proffered a covenant saying they will not have any Airbnbs or any other transient uses on the site, they could avail themselves of these.
So, because right now, when we say, in this area, there's only 8 licensed Airbnbs, then in theory, everybody's gonna register for get a license for an Airbnb, then be entitled to this, and now everybody's entitled to build another floor higher in with their property.
So there's the West Avenue area, and then
Yeah.
there's the two other areas. In the West Avenue area, the RM1 district already prohibits short-term rentals. There are some legally non-conforming short-term rentals. Hotels are already prohibited in the West Avenue overlay, but there are several legally non-conforming hotels in that overlay. Only those properties that are legally non-conforming hotels, suite hotels, or apartment hotels, are eligible for the incentive the way it's drafted right now. But anybody with a legally non-conforming short-term rental license would not be eligible in the West Avenue area the way it's drafted right now. In the other areas, they are.
Right now, I think it's a good idea, a good concept. I have concerns about really not understanding the actual impact on some of these neighborhoods and some of the properties. Also the fact, it doesn't help the fact that no residents are here and aware of this. And so I would like to have more sort of information about, specifics to what this might look like. So, I just feel uncomfortable moving this forward with a favorable recommendation.
I might be wrong, but my perception of it, that most large buildings nowadays are not, what's the status in applying for more of these short-term, I'm assuming most large buildings now don't want these short-term rentals, so there must be a decreased tendency in large buildings allowing short-term rentals, is that not correct? Because I would see the small buildings where there's less management and stuff, where there's more of this short-term rental, and the small buildings are unlikely to be the ones wanting to put money in renovating a building and increasing their, so I think we're the buildings that we should be targeting, or the buildings that are the real problematic ones, are some of the smaller, more run-down buildings that are not going to put in more money, or likely to be investing on taking advantage of this. It might increase the value of their property to sell to someone to do so. But I'm just not sure this is really targeting a true problem. I think we're just feeding into increased floor ratios for buildings who want to redevelop, who have the money to do so.
On that point, Melissa, you're correct. I think one problem is the problem buildings that we want to convert. If we give them this extra FAR, they're just going to increase the price of their property. I know a property, the Bikini Hostel, that has increased their price year after year. It's been for sale for 10 years. Now it's going to double in price. Nobody's going to come in and pay that amount of money to buy them out and convert it or make it a real hotel. They can become a real hotel. The Bikini Hostel, the Gathering, they're legal conforming hotels. They can become, they can demolish your building and become a full-blown hotel, 5 stories high, get the full FAR as of right. And in that case, everything will be moved into the building, because now they won't have this outdoor open space when they become redeveloped. I think that is a good goal. That's one of the ideas that could be incorporated into this proposal, but that idea has nothing to do with this proposal.
Rogelio, how did all the districts, like, how were they all determined between?
It was discussions between the sponsor and staff to determine the areas where we felt there was a potential for additional hotel growth, where there were a lot of existing hotels in the RPS 4 district in the south of Fifth. There were several hotels there that we felt could be converted, and there is a lot of concern with short-term rentals in the south of Fifth neighborhood that this would help solve. In the Mid-Beach area, there are a lot of hotels and a lot of short-term rentals there, and there have been complaints on short-term rentals in that area. So that's why the Mid-Beach area was selected. And then the West Avenue area was selected because there are certain hotel uses in that area that are nuisances that we want to look to convert. There are certainly other areas in the city that are affected by this that could be considered, but these are the ones that we agreed to with the sponsor.
And why, I guess, the original inclusion of accessory uses?
In the West Avenue, it's only in the West Avenue area and specific to the RM2 district. Those are somewhat larger properties. Some of the existing buildings already have accessory retail on the ground floor. For example, if you walk down Lincoln Road, west of Alton Road, you'll see some of the apartment buildings have retail on the ground floor. So the RM2 district does allow currently some limited accessory uses. And so we felt that expanding that a little bit might throw them over the edge in wanting to convert.
I can't think of one building in RM2 that has accessory use on the ground floor.
On Lincoln Road, there's a couple of apartment
okay,
buildings,
well, they're
but
on
they're in the
Lincoln
RM2 district, west of Alton Road.
Okay, so on
that have-
Lincoln Road. Okay,
yeah.
but that seems appropriate because it's on Lincoln Road. But I don't think it's appropriate to do it inside the residential district. And, this this proposal started out with just 2 prohibitions. If you add this retail or whatever in the apartment building, I forgot the 2 prohibitions. I think it was massage parlor and something else. And now you've added all these other prohibitions, but it's what we don't think of, Now they added marijuana, they added, I don't know if there's vape, but I mean, what about, scooter rental? Like, we don't want that.
That's prohibited citywide.
Scooter rental facilities, okay. But there's other things in here that we're probably not thinking of, which should be prohibited. I mean, why open up that Pandora's box? We got Alton Road right next to us with all the amenities the residents can ever want. Should be left on Alton Road.
Another question, what would happen if you have a non-conforming, building which has, I guess, more FAR currently than what the incentive would be?
They probably wouldn't use this incentive.
Well, they definitely wouldn't,
yeah.
but I'm saying if that was the case, is there any type of additional kind of multiplier that gets put on, or?
This ordinance
They
doesn't
just wouldn't.
contemplate that. That's something that we could certainly consider, having a percentage incentive for legally non-conforming buildings. So we take a calculation of their current FAR and give them a % bonus, something to that effect.
That's been done before?
It hasn't been done in the city of Miami Beach. Something we could certainly consider, though.
And then, doesn't increased FAR have to be approved, I guess, through a voter referendum? So how do we do it through?
Well, not anymore, because last year the legislature amended state law so that we can no longer require a referendum to increase FAR. What the city commission is considering, which the planning board has already reviewed and transmitted, is 2 ordinances that would, the first would create a 6/7 voting requirement for any FAR increase, and the other would create a detailed process involving multiple community meetings, two presentations before the planning board, and 2 public hearings before the city commission.
So if this were, and this will get to the commission, but once it gets to the commission would have to approve this, the 6/7 vote.
Right, under either or both of those ordinances if the commission adopts them. Yeah,
Understood, okay.
that's right.
All right, so we obviously know everyone's concerns. So the question is, do you all want to move it unfavorably or favorably with comments?
Or continue.
Okay, let me make sure. If we continue, it still goes to commission? So it doesn't delay it to going to?
It would delay it going to commission, and as you
Right,
may
so
know,
we'll
we
just
now
come
have a
back.
cycle
Right.
process, so delaying it from today would push it to the next cycle.
Right, and we would
So-
come back here again, so,
Yeah.
right,
And
all right, so we need
considering
to,
that we want the commission to engage and I guess hopefully answer some of these concerns, they could still do whatever they want to do.
Correct.
Whether we voted favorably, unfavorably.
Correct.
I still personally think that this is better than short-term rentals, so.
all right, so make a motion, and let's
so I
see if
guess-
it passes.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion to move this with a favorable recommendation.
I do need two separate motions, one for the comp plan and one
Correct.
for the LDR.
Well, I'm gonna try a
So,
motion for this.
But
and-
just so you know.
The first thing
Yeah.
will be move it favorably, then you're gonna have a motion with your concerns.
Correct. So
Okay,
I
so the
would
first
make a
one is to move it
motion-
favorably, and when you vote, please understand that he's then gonna follow it up with all of his concerns, right?
Right, so
Okay.
I'd like to make.
And that first motion, sorry to interrupt you, the first motion should be on the comp plan amendment.
Yes.
Yeah. All right,
I'm
so-
gonna make a motion to approve PB 23-0644, Residential Use Incentives Comprehensive Plan Amendment with a favorable recommendation.
Right.
Okay.
But I just want the rest of the board to know you're gonna follow that up with your concerns.
with all of the
Okay.
concerns.
All right, so we gotta vote on that
So we
first.
gotta
Do I
vote
need
be-
a second
We
first?
gotta vote before we hear the the
Well,
recommendations?
I mean,
So-
in fairness, once I make the motion with all of my concerns, I assume everyone here has their additional concerns, which I am going to gladly include in mine.
Right, so okay, I need a second on the favorable recommendation.
And by the way, you could second that motion and then discuss
Right.
what your recommendations are going to be.
Right.
All right, I'll second
All
the
right, so
motion.
she'll second
I'll
it,
second the
subject to, all right, now, before we vote, just share what you will make as part of a second motion.
So as part of my second motion.
And maybe Gail and Jonathan can contribute.
I would like for the commission to, I guess, consider and try and solve for the following concerns that I, along with everyone else on the board, may or may not have. Number one, I guess, how the city came up with their districts. Number two, is this enough to actually solve the problem that we're having? Number three, is there a way to incentivize workforce housing and housing where people can actually afford to live in versus housing that might be, unattainable for the vast majority of people that are living in Miami Beach? Number four would be, I guess, the impacts of the additional FAR on the surrounding areas. And then number five, my personal preference would be to remove the accessory uses as part of this amendment.
Okay. Gail or Jonathan, have anything to add to that? Or if you don't want it going favorably, then you won't say anything.
So I guess I am struggling because I don't really want to move it favorably without some of those things that you mentioned. I think for me,
By the way, I agree.
right. I
Right,
mean,
so that's gonna be second. The question is, do you have any other concerns you would wanna add to that list?
No, I don't think so. I think I would tweak the part about the workforce housing and say I mean, I guess this is sort of, sorry, this is all confusing, but I would say no. I would vote unfavorably because I would like to see as part of this, or I would want to see as part of this, a requirement that there be at least some of it, the growth or the additional FAR be directed toward workforce housing.
So I agree. The only thing that I don't know, and this is to Gail's point, is that if we now mandate that this is, has to be a 100% workforce housing product, which is my preference, maybe this makes the whole thing untenable, and then it's.
Yeah, we had been working last year with the land use committee, but the commission changed, so the ordinance lost its sponsor, where a percentage of the incentive would be mandated to be for workforce housing, and the balance of the FAR could be used for market rate housing. That seemed to be a good approach to really incentivize developers because they would be able to build market rate units, but also incorporate some workforce units into the mix.
And what's that threshold? I mean, no offense, if you have, let's say, a 50-unit building, but one unit is, workforce housing, that's not really moving the needle.
I don't have the numbers in front of me. I want to say generally the FAR incentives were about 25%, and of that, half of that 25% needed to be set aside for workforce units, and that was actually the unit, not including hallways or other.
So it's 25%?
25% of the bonus FAR. Sorry, 50% of the bonus FAR.
Got it, okay. So, I mean, again, it's gonna be up to the.
But that was.
It's gonna be up to the commission, but as part of the second motion, it's how can you mandate to include a significant portion of these projects that take advantage of the bonus for workforce housing? But
I think this is, to me, I think it's giving too much to get rid of some of these few Airbnbs and I'm thinking a lot, mainly the RM2, the West Avenue area. So I have concerns, especially with the accessory uses. That to me is, nobody, it's not really a nice neighborhood thing, that liquor store and the thing under that building that Rogelio was mentioning.
My recommendation include removing accessory uses.
Right, I know, but if we're passing it with favorable, and then you're, relying, hoping that they remove it, but if they don't, then it's, but.
If I could make
the language is in there and they can do whatever they want either way.
Yeah,
Okay.
if I could make a suggestion, the board and I can't remember what the item was, but I think in the last 3 to 6 months, you did transmit a favorable recommendation conditioned on certain changes. I don't remember what that item was at this time, but you could do, if there are certain things that you feel strongly must be included in the ordinance, that's, that option is available.
Yeah, but the reason, I don't remember us doing that, and the reason why we don't do that is because we decided a long time ago that the commissioner's agenda is over 1,000 pages, and they just read approved, recommendation, or didn't approve. They don't read our second motion, which is what,
No, but I think we addressed that, where they said that that was part of their package, our recommendations.
it's part of the, when it's within the 1,000 pages. I mean, when staff gives a presentation, they don't really mention that. So I don't think that's a good idea, Nick. I think.
All right, so I'm
I don't
gonna
know.
support what Yechiel's doing, pass it with a favorable recommendation and those recommendations. I think maybe we could be a little bit stronger in some of them, and we can reread them again at the
Can we
end.
be really?
5 votes on this.
You need 4 votes. It's advisory.
Can we be, I think it has to be very clear in there with how resistant the board is right now, that we're supportive of the initiative of trying to address address the issue, but that it is, a very flawed solution that needs to be revised. I think that's basically where everyone's standing. We want to move it forward because we like the direction it's taking in addressing the issue, but there's definitely a lot of flaws in the way that it's being fixed, right?
Okay.
I mean,
Can I?
so I guess,
Well, I'm saying we have a motion and a second with those.
Can I read back what I have just to double check?
if you missed any of those things.
I think I got them. I think I got them all. Number 1, to describe how the city came up with the districts identified. 2, describe if this incentive is enough to achieve the intended outcome. 4, incentivize workforce housing for a significant portion of the properties.
Maybe
Sorry,
mandate.
3.
I would say
Require.
just to require or mandate.
Mandate, okay.
I think that in and of itself is gonna kill, if that's a requirement, I think that's gonna kill any plan, because what's gonna happen is it's gonna be, end up being wealthy people wanting bigger, spaces for themselves. They're gonna gut the whole building or build up a brand new building and nice apartments,
What if I agree with all of those, the second motion except for the one about the affordable housing?
What do you mean?
Then how should I vote?
Meaning you don't agree that there should be affordable housing?
Correct.
Got it.
So just to clarify, if we vote unfavorably, we cannot then send a separate transmission saying, like, sort of reasons why and what we would need to change.
No, you can do that if you want
No,
to.
we had vote on favorably,
I
we
just think
could
this is
just make
better
a
than
set of
short-term
recommendation
rentals,
as well.
Hmm? Right.
Um,
And that sounds
Continue
more
with the
like an
list.
unfavorable unless, is what that sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
Or just unfavorable. It's up to the board.
This,
I still
this is
think
not
this-
an unreasonable ordinance. I have worries about the impacts of it in the future, with a neighbor whose neighbor has one or two Airbnbs they don't really care about. Next thing you know, they've got this monster structure next to them that they didn't want, and they'd prefer to have the Airbnb next to them. But I think it's a reasonable approach. I think I commend Commissioner Dominguez for thinking outside the box, and the city staff as well.
Just, I don't know if it may help your concerns. Any new development will have to go through our existing development processes, so they'll need to go to the HPB or the DRB, where the neighbor can detail those concerns, and the board can come up with solutions, perhaps setbacks or other things to address those.
Okay,
So-
I'll second it based on what Yechiel said.
Yeah, Melissa had
Okay.
already seconded it,
Oh,
so,
sorry.
yeah, we just need to do a vote.
So
So again,
I
right?
had two to go on the, you mind if I read the last two?
Oh, sure, sorry.
Detail impacts of FAR on surrounding areas, and then 5, remove accessory use incentives for RM2 in the West Avenue area.
Can you also add that the chart that you make also include the FAR? It just includes height.
We'll
Yeah.
update it, we'll update the table.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
just
in
our
terms of like the
analysis.
accessories, I would like, just the wording of it, I think it was important, saying the board, the planning board feels strongly that there should not be accessory uses added as part of this incentive.
Okay.
And also that someone reach out to those specific hotels and find out what they want, instead of trying to guess,
Agreed?
you know?
Yeah, it's like what would be enough to actually move the needle in a positive direction?
Okay.
Okay.
Who's supposed to be focused on the affordable housing right now? Are there any of the committees that are supposed to be, the boards that are supposed to be focusing on? Is that us? Is that the
I mean,
commission?
we're gonna be talking about it, I guess, at the March meeting.
Okay.
As part of the whole, office versus.
Isn't there though also an
Affordable
affordable housing
I think there's a committee.
committee
Yeah.
or
Or the
something?
affordable housing appointed from the
Ask
planning
them, they'll know the answer to that.
Gail, were you the member appointed to the Affordable Housing
No.
Advisory Board?
No, I think it was, I think it was Kareem.
You're right, so I think when he left, we need to, so
It was
we'll have to.
Nick, and then when he left, we appointed Kareem.
Okay.
Well, you might want to
So we may want to, we'll think about next month,
Yeah.
appointing somebody to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee has a member appointed by the planning board. So if you're interested in,
Has to be a member of the planning
Yeah,
board.
that would be good for us to have someone who's actually.
I'd love to do that.
Yeah.
okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Cement, second by Ms. Beatty. Favorable recommendation with modifications outlined. And I'll do a roll call. Ms. Beatty?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Jerome?
No.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Motion passes. And that's for the
Right, now we-
comprehensive plan
now-
amendment.
Right,
and I'll
now,
need a-
second motion, would
So
you?
now I'll make a motion for PB 23-0637, residential use incentives, land development regulations, to move it to the city commission with a favorable recommendation contingent upon, or I guess, based on the recommendations that we already discussed.
Okay, second?
And that includes affordable housing?
I don't want to take
I guess-
away your.
I'm going to vote
No,
no.
Go ahead, please.
Right, these are the concerns, so Melissa seconded it?
Mhm. Okay, roll call. Ms. Beatty?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Jerome?
No.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Next one, you hear same companion.
Reach out to the hotel.
All right, so, whoops, PB 23-0637, residential use incentives, land development regulations. Motion to move to the city commission with a favorable recommendation.
Which is this one?
The companion one. Don't we have to do them separately?
We did them already.
Oh, we did them both?
I have two.
Yeah, I think we did them both.
Oh,
and
okay. Okay, my bad. Sorry. All right. All right, the last item on the agenda, Planning Board File 230645, Land Use Board Water Expert Alternative Requirement.
Okay, so this one's a little simpler. This amendment basically modifies the requirement for the water management expert. Currently, the water management expert has to be a licensed professional engineer with expertise, or architect, or professional landscape architect with expertise in water resources, person licensed by the state of Florida in hydrology, water or wastewater treatment, person with a degree from an accredited college, university, or university in a field of study related to water resources, or a floodplain manager or a principal community administrator responsible for daily implementation of flood loss reduction activities, including enforcing a community's flood damage prevention ordinance, updating flood maps, plans, and policies for the community, and any of the activities related to administration of the National Flood Insurance Program. In several of the city's land use boards, the city has had some difficulties in recruiting a water management expert. As a result, this ordinance proposes an alternative. It provides that a person who is a resident at large and currently resides in the city and has resided in the city for at least 3 consecutive years at the time of appointment or reappointment be eligible to fill that seat. So this should assist in recruiting to have complete boards, as several of our other land use boards have had difficulty in becoming a full 7-member board. So with that, staff recommends that the planning board transmit the ordinance to the city commission with a favorable recommendation.
Okay, really, I understand it's probably difficult, but by adding this category, you're basically, in my opinion, eliminating that you're gonna get water experts. So if the plan is to try to get a water expert, and if all else fails, then can there be some tweak that they will first make their best efforts to find a water? Because otherwise, if I read this correctly, all of a sudden now you don't even need the water expert. You can get anyone at large without any effort, made to get a water expert, right?
I think that's true. Do you have any ideas of how we could?
You could include that.
Well, I don't know, I'm just saying,
No, I'm asking
that-
you
well,
practically.
originally, they included this because they felt it was important for boards to have someone with water expertise. So all I'm saying is, this will completely, in my opinion, it's all illusory to even have the first 4 categories, because they're just gonna find someone at large. But all I'm saying is, shouldn't they at least engage in some effort to find someone with water expert? I don't know, it's just food for thought, because I understand the policy behind the original rule is you wanted someone with that knowledge. And I think Gail is that person
Well, yeah,
on
I
our
could
board.
speak to this.
Yeah.
So I am the water expert based on my college degree. And twice I've suggested that we don't recommend an ordinance because I thought it was going to cause more flooding. Everybody poo-pooed me, I haven't had any impact whatsoever. So that's the first reason why I think this is a good ordinance. The second reason is because when it was first proposed many, many years ago to have the water expert, I think it was like 6 or 7, 8 years ago by Commissioner John Alleman, we didn't have a lot of rules on the books about mitigating
Right, there's a
flooding.
lot
But
more
now,
It's true.
there's already, since then, robust flood mitigation zoning ordinances and building permit rules, which really makes my position as a water expert null and void. New development's got to be, 9 feet above the sidewalk, all sorts of things now. And
Yeah, don't get me wrong, my suggestion wasn't to not pass this favorably, but I just thought maybe it would be tweaked where they would at least try to make an effort.
well, you could say a
Before they
preference.
default.
What you could do is what they did in the past.
Right.
I think we have a resident, we have other seats that say
There's a
blah, blah,
preference
blah,
for-
with
Right.
a preference
Right.
to a water seat.
That's all I would say.
Okay.
But I mean, why, and then I guess the other, what about instead of just a resident at large, have it a resident at large who has demonstrated a commitment to, you know, water conservation or, you know.
You're probably gonna have the same difficulty.
Well, I mean, there's at least there's somebody, you know, there's more residents who are activists and care about our waterways.
No, this is
as a-
about flooding, not waterways and cleanliness,
Well,
environmental.
but it's broad enough to include anybody who has any, in terms of flooding or water resources studying. It's not necessarily, and we could include.
Yeah,
any of that.
Um,
I mean, I'm with you, Brian. I'm just trying to, I like the idea of having somebody with that interest on this board.
All right, so let's do this. I'm gonna pass my gavel to Melissa. I'm gonna make a motion that we pass it favorably, and then there's gonna be a second motion that, that suggests that the language be tweaked to make it clear that a water specialist would be preferable and that the at-large position is a default position in the event that can happen, and that thought should be considered to whether that at-large person should have demonstrated some type of inclination towards, I don't know what the right word is, but, you know, some type of water knowledge or expertise. I know, it's a weird one.
Concerns,
both.
or has,
So-
has expressed concerns, or,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
has an interest in.
Right, there you go.
Right.
So let's start with the first motion, which is to pass it favorably.
that.
Okay, Mr. Cement seconded.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Elias, second by Mr. Cement.
And there's nobody.
Oh, let me, we forgot to open the
Oh.
public hearing.
Sorry,
Nobody online with their hand raised?
nobody here. All right, we're good.
Okay, we're good. Okay, roll call, Ms. Beatty?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Jerem?
Yes.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay, and the next one is, again, simply that the planning board would suggest that the ordinance reflect that a water specialist would be preferable to an at-large position, and that category E should be kind of a last resort default,
okay,
so they can obviously fill up the board. And that possibly the at-large position be someone that's shown an interest in water issues. Good luck with that one. You never know,
I love the beach.
right?
You know,
Or resiliency issues, how about that? Water resiliency, whatever.
okay. Water or,
Okay, I need a second.
I'll second
It
that.
won't tie their hands though, right? If they can't find anyone, they could just
No, well,
select a
and they can
resident.
ignore
Right.
what we were suggesting.
I'll
remember?
second that.
Okay. I think Melissa had already seconded it, so let's do a roll call.
okay, roll call, Ms. Beatty?
Yes.
Mr. Cement?
Yes.
Ms. Jerem?
No.
Mr. Elias?
Yes.
Mr. Frieden?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, with that, Gail, I want to thank you for your 2 years of service. No, I mean this sincerely. The residents could not have had a better champion. So thank you, and good luck on, I believe you're going to be on the Parks and Recreation Board? I hope so.
I put in my name.
Okay.
Wish me
So
luck.
We wish you luck, and really thank you for being
Yeah.
such a, honestly, a thoughtful and fun person to work with,
Now,
so.
Many
ahead.
times I was the only no vote, but that's okay, you know. I still love all of you, and I made a lot of good friends, and I've enjoyed my 2 years. It was, and thank you, all the staffers too. It's been a really great experience. And anybody out there, if you want to apply for the planning board, you know, if you need help or you want, please come see me.
Thank you.
Thank-
All right,
thank you,
guys,
thank
thanks.
you.
See you in February.
All righty. February
Meeting adjourned.
27th.